Okay, Mayor Wong, we are live.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the July 21, 2020 City Council regular video meeting. I'm Mayor Benson Wong. Prior to tonight's virtual City Council meeting, Council held an executive session for approximately 20 minutes to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, paren 1 close paren, paren small I close paren, using video conferencing technology provided by Microsoft Teams. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We are also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond and some staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers and maintaining the recommended social distancing. City Attorney Beal Park and some other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using Zoom teleconferencing application. All, and thank you for joining us tonight. City Council members, please have your microphones turned on whenever City Clerk Deb Estrada conducts a roll call meeting. During the meeting, she'll be conducting a roll call vote so that we can accurately capture each person's vote. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one moment, please. I'm trying to get Councilmember Anderall added. She could not find the link to our page.
Hello.
Hi, Lisa. Okay, Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderall.
Here. Here.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds.
Here.
And Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, to ensure that only the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. Please join Deputy Mayor Weicker in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move to our first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. Before entertaining a motion, I want to state that Governor Inslee's proclamation number 20-28.7 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act extends the statutory waivers and suspensions through August 1. It contains the restriction on what action a governing body such as the Mercer City Council may take at a meeting. Council, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to approve the agenda. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion passes and the agenda is approved. For this meeting, we continue to use the Zoom platform. If a council member has a question, the council member will raise his or her hand. I will do my best to recognize council members in the order in which hands are raised. After being recognized, he or she will be able to ask his or her question. Everyone is asked to try to limit themselves to one question and one clarifying question if necessary in order to allow all city council members to have a turn to ask questions before a council member is given a second chance. Before we begin, for tonight's, we have a special business. And for this portion of the meeting, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Salim Neese.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. It's my pleasure to welcome David and Kenra Euler to this evening's council meeting for this special recognition event. David and Kendra Euler have gone above and beyond to make our city a great place to live. Not only have the Eulers given their time and talent in 2019, but they've been instrumental in coordinating all volunteer efforts in response to the coronavirus pandemic. The Eulers have a long history of service in Mercer Island. In 2014, David was instrumental in assisting the city in responding and recovering from the Mercer Island's E. coli event and managing the Mercer Island volunteers with water distribution at the Mercer Island Community and Event Center. Throughout 2014 through 2019, David and Kendra assisted the Mercer Island emergency volunteer teams by leading the emergency well and community point of distribution training, child care team, Mercer Island radio operators, and led the volunteer operations center. The Eulers have assisted with our summer celebration booths and national night out events, 4 full-scale exercises, in the 2018 middle school bomb threat training by helping run the emergency operations center. In 2018, David helped create our business preparedness workshop that offered all Mercer Island businesses the opportunity to get prepared, create a plan, and attend 2 free business preparedness workshops. In 2018, David was awarded the Outstanding Service Award by the Mercer Island Police Department for his continued support of our programs. In 2019, when the reduction of our budget forced discretionary programs to be cut, the Eulers, including their 8-year-old daughter, Liesl, stepped up. They offered to teach and run the annual CERT, which is the Community Emergency Response Team course, at their own expense. They trained Islander residents every Monday night for 3.5 hours over 8 weeks. In October 2019, David was asked to lead the Mercer Island Emergency Volunteers in its entirety. This consisted of 652 Mercer Island emergency volunteers, including disaster medical, damage assessment, search and rescue, registration, sheltering, childcare, ham radio operators, mental health, transportation, emergency well operation, and community points of distribution teams. David has served on our Civil Service Commission for more than 6 years and was the facilitator for our 2019 and 2020 council planning sessions. Beginning this March, David, Kendra, and Liesl Euler have assisted the city of Mercer Island's response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic that has affected our city and the entire world. David has led our emergency volunteers in responding to calls for service from our most vulnerable citizens. They've spearheaded our community-wide efforts to provide face coverings for every citizen in need and assisting our Youth and Family Services Department with donations management planning. They volunteered more than 500 hours during the pandemic alone. These are just a few ways that David Euler and his family have given back to our city, and I can't thank them enough for their leadership and dedication. It is my great honor to present, on behalf of the mayor and the city council, the Mercer Island Citizen of the Year Award for 2019 to David, Kendra, and Lisa Euler. And so I have here the award. It's hard to see. There we go. Which I will socially distanced deliver to the Eulers at the most convenient time. But I wanted to personally thank the 2 of you for coming tonight. I wanted to give this to you in person, but that wasn't in the cards. So you're probably wondering why you were invited tonight, and we had asked you under the guise of some other excuses to come here and answer some questions of the council. But I think that the tables are turned, and the council probably has a few words for you. But thank you.
Councilmember Neese, thank you so much. Wow, thank you.
Well, Kendra and David, do you have any words you want to share with us? I suspect there's a few council members that would like to share words with you.
Benson, I'll keep my comments brief, and I will keep them to thanks for the incredible residents we have on Mercer Island that are able to support, and this all comes as part of a team effort. So very quickly, Bob Tykulsker, Connor Webster, Pat Hackett, Tim Stickle, Joel Oringer, Gardner Morelli, Hal Quinn have been tremendous EOC volunteers. They are the people out in the parks. They are the people that are distributing masks along with myself, Kendra, and Liesel. These are the other folks that you see out there. I will say a tremendous thanks to our mask makers across the island. We had mask makers across all of Washington State that were pitching in for this. So for all of those sewing machines and all those folks that were willing to pitch in, thank you so much. And coordinated by Debbie Wilson on the island, who did just an amazing job of getting people rallied behind us. My last bit of thanks, Zach Hubner, just an amazing job in keeping us stocked with masks. Brian Daly for helping me coordinate and promote the mass distribution events, and for all she does to keep Mercer Island prepared, protected in a variety of ways. Officer Jennifer Franklin has my huge thanks for all of this. Finally, my wife Kendra and my daughter Liesel for helping out on many projects, and behind the scenes, my mom, who actually through an amazing act of childcare can help us and make us able to actually do these things. So my mom Mary, my wife Kendra, and Liesel are absolutely the reason why this happened. So, and yes, Councilmember Neese, I had a prep deck, all kinds of stuff we can talk about with masks. So since we don't have to do that, woohoo!
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I just want to say congratulations and thanks. And Dave, maybe you can present that deck to us at the end of our meeting if you want to stick around for the next 7 hours or so.
Outstanding.
Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, Dave and Kendra and your daughter. I think it just epitomizes the kind of person you are, that you spent all of your remarks thanking other people. So you've been an amazing volunteer facilitating our planning sessions, and you were gonna be an amazing CERT instructor this year. I got to the first class before they were canceled. But yeah, thank you so much for all of your service to the community. I mean, Mercer Island would not be the same without you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
You know, there's an old adage that those who talk the talk and those who walk the walk. And so I think the Euler shoes were, to quote the old song, these shoes are made for walking, except in your case, running would be a better way to put it. And I like my colleague Lisa managed to not get flunked out of the CERT this year, but I guess you'll get a chance next year. Hopefully you teach it. Thanks for all you do. You guys are great. You're a tremendous example to what people can do to make this a better community. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to work with you much other than through the retreat, which was a very well done effort. But just listening to that list of stuff you've done, it's just amazing. And I'm reminded of the term we hear floated around a lot these days, which is the term super spreader. I think fortunately, as far as I know, you're not a super spreader, but you are a super volunteer. And I very much appreciate you spreading that spirit of volunteerism and doing so much for the city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'd just like to say that the Eulers, you are the consummate volunteer family, and the island is a much better place for you. We're a much better place because of you. And so anyway, I truly appreciate all the work that you folks do. We see you out in this, handing out the mask and doing so many other things to make this place a better place to live. So thank you so much for what you do. And again, how about a round of applause? I don't know if you can hear us, but maybe you can see.
Mayor Wong and council, thank you so very much. This is a great place to live, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. That's a great honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Neese. So next on our agenda is the city manager's report, and for that we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Just one moment. Every time. I do actually have a number of items to report on this evening, so I will go quickly. First of all, big news. We are in the process of launching our new city website. I believe it's going live tomorrow. Let me fix this screen here for the viewers at home. So it's clean. This is one of the screenshots of the website. It's clean, it's bright, it's beautiful, it's more streamlined. We even have a new address, Mercer Island.gov. Don't worry, the old one still works. We actually started working on this website a while ago. We were getting ready to launch right before the pandemic, and then we delayed. So we're excited to be finally going live. You'll see new quick find sections there in that green oval. Anything from news and announcements to our agendas, submitting a request for service, and more. You also see the drop-down box at the top where we have several menus built in to help you find things easier, we hope. Of course, it's always a work in progress, so if you have any feedback you'd like to provide us on ways that we can improve the site, please don't hesitate to reach out. We've also improved our calendars and our projects page. Again, still a work in progress. One-stop shopping so you can see everything that's going on. And finally, just a little easier, we hope, to navigate department and project pages. You'll see contact information so you know who to reach regarding each project. The menus are all cleaned up. A number of subpages are now linked, and certainly more. We've migrated most of the relevant information from the old site to the new site, but as I already mentioned, there may be some things that need to be adjusted, and so we'll be working on that as we go forward. Ali Speets, IT, Amanda Cavercamp, many others. Ross Freeman have been involved in this project. I probably shouldn't have started naming names because I think about half the staff worked on this at some point. So thank you to them for keeping this going despite being pulled in many different directions lately. One final reminder, the old website still works, but it will take you to the new site. We'll keep that live for some time while people get accustomed to our new web address. Your city email addresses will also be changing, but don't worry, your old email addresses will work for some time as well. All right, so again, thank you to the staff team that worked on this. And again, if you've ever launched a new website, you know there are bugs, and we welcome your feedback and any thoughts and suggestions you have. And I don't know about you, but I'm really not gonna miss that old website. Okay, COVID-19 update. Just quick update on Mercer Island case counts. We have 133 confirmed cases as of today. You're certainly hearing about increasing case counts in the county, and that is consistent here on Mercer Island as well. It's very concerning to us. I don't have all the data in front of me, but we did see a rise in the in cases in individuals aged 20 to 30, likely from lots of social activities. So we just encourage everyone to continue practicing social distancing, wear a mask if you need one. Dave and Kendra Euler have plenty. And a final reminder to our community, if you have symptoms or if you were exposed, please get tested immediately. Mask giveaway, it was very exciting to honor the Eulers tonight. It's funny, I didn't comment, but I will say when we reached out to the Eulers and said, hey, we need some help, it was actually with the intention of doing some other things to support the community during the pandemic. But Dave saw a need and said, hey, I am gonna take these volunteers and we're gonna start giving away masks. This started several months ago, and I remember the first day we gave away 100 masks, we were just celebrating. And then we hit 1,000 mask giveaway. And then last weekend, or I guess this was 2 weeks ago, we hit 2,000 masks. And on Friday in our EOC briefing, Dave says, my goal is 4,000. We're gonna give away 4,000 in one day. So they're just super incredible volunteers, and I really thank them for all they're doing to support us. So we do have some mask giveaways coming up this Friday from 7 to 10 in the morning at Mercerdale Park. On Sunday in the former Tully's parking lot from 10 to noon. And then the next one will be Friday, August 7th, again at Mercerdale Park from 7 to 10 a.m. So the plan is to go just about every other week with mask giveaways, and we'll continue to promote these events across social media and on our Let's Talk page. If you can't make an event and you need a mask, we do have a mask tree also developed by Dave Euler that's in our police lobby at the south end of City Hall, and you're welcome to grab a mask. All right, I haven't talked lately about our call center. City Council, you may recall in the early stages of the pandemic, as most of our staff were working remote or out in the field, We had to centralize all of our customer service functions into a single call center. That included forwarding all of the phones and a centralized email address. Initially, we were receiving a lot of calls related to the pandemic. We have been gathering data. I know that pie chart is a little tough to read. We currently have 3 team members that staff the call center from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. We've answered over 4,000 calls since March. We average about 60 calls per day. Our highest was a little over 100, our lowest was 20. Last week alone, we fielded 315 calls. And this is what I love about our call center team. They're really working to train themselves to resolve as many issues as they can at first contact. So we've been gathering data, and right now about 54% of the calls and emails they receive, they can handle. Going forward, council, this is likely to become standard for the city, centralized customer service. We're actually building this into our budget recommendation going forward. The team also is responding to emails, almost 300 emails since the beginning of the pandemic. And one of our goals is a same-day response. Even if we can't answer your question, we do try to acknowledge the phone call or the email. And usually we try to get back within a day or two if we can. You can see through the pie chart that most of the calls are related to the planning department, and the others are split, interestingly, right now, parks, public works, and the thrift shop. So I'm really pleased that we have this data. It's allowing us to really focus on what our customer service looks like during the pandemic, one-stop shopping for our customers, and gathering data allows us to have some benchmarks so that we can work on improvements. We've had many staff work through the call center, and it's just really been a pretty seamless transition. So my thanks to them as well. Speaking of, actually, if you call any of our customer service lines, you'll actually get to the call center. But just a reminder, that is the phone number 206-275-7626. And we still have a coronavirus@mercer.gov.org email address. If you have questions, COVID-19 related issues that you're concerned about with gathering in the parks, I'll come back to that in a minute. Please don't hesitate to reach out. This is the team that is available to help you. All right, let's talk about parks usage and a few service updates. Lots and lots of calls and complaints and concerns about the activity in our parks right now. So I want to just make sure everyone understand what is allowed. We're currently in phase 2 of the governor's Safe Start order. Team practices are allowed. For that to take place, a team or a league must contract with the city to rent the Mercer Island fields for practice. This is the same type of reservation and scheduling system we had previously. Council, we do have an employee that's working half-time now to manage the field reservation requests. Under phase 2, players must remain 6 feet apart. So even though you're reserving the field, you must be 6 feet apart and in groups of 5 or less. So if a soccer team reserves the field, they have to spread out into groups of 5 or less, and the individuals within that group have to be 6 feet apart. That seems to be where we're having the most issues. So what we're doing right now is inquiries are coming in. We are following up with the groups that have reserved. And so far they've been responsive, but we need to stay on top of it. Gatherings are not allowed for more than 5 people, not even for things like stretching or pre-practice meetings. Parents, fans, and others that may be hanging along for the practice are not allowed to congregate on the sidelines, which is the other issue. I know this looks nothing like what we're used to seeing for youth athletic leagues and practice, but these are the guidelines under phase 2 orders. At this time, no games are allowed, either officially or unofficially. We did have a full-on adult soccer game happen on one of our fields last week that was not permitted. Unfortunately, we didn't find out about it until after it occurred. Games are not allowed until phase 3, and at this point, we're not sure when we will be in phase 3. So if you're interested in reserving a field, as I mentioned, we do have a staff person that is happy to assist you. The address is there, miparks@mercergov.org. And now that we have a new address, we'll have to get all these updated for the next presentation, although this one still works. So also a reminder for leagues that are interested in scheduling fields. Phase 2 requirements, each league or user group must have a return to play plan. And we require them to provide that to us before we can reserve the fields. So if you're concerned, if the community has a concern that a group may be violating the Phase 2 guidelines, please start by contacting park staff at the address listed there. It's helpful for you to include the date, time, and location, because if the group has reserved through us, we can track back and talk to them about safe practices. So far, the groups we've been working with are responsive. I know I have small children myself. It's not easy to get them to follow the 6 feet distance, but we're working on it. Fitness groups and instructors, slightly different than leagues. Fitness classes and instructors that are interested in using our parks to teach a class are required to obtain a park use permit to operate in Mercer Island parks. And we are prioritizing Mercer Island businesses. So if you're a Mercer Island business, I know fitness business right now operating indoors is very limited. We're happy to work with you to try to accommodate space in one of our parks. Again, same rules apply, groups of 5 or less, and safety measures have to be followed. We will be coordinating with you on time and place. Your preferred park may not be available because we are trying to manage the volumes in our parks, but please reach out to us again at miparks@mercergov.org. All right, here's the problem. This picture was taken this afternoon, right before I came into this meeting. This is the dock at Groveland Park. We had, I don't know how many complaints about Groveland Beach today alone. I just need to remind everybody, Phase 2 does not allow gatherings of more than 5 people, period. My understanding is the groups that were at the beach were sufficiently distanced, but what's happening here on the dock is not allowed. Council, I've shared with you the challenge that we're having is, our park staff is very limited right now due to budget cuts. We are trying to send them out as a first line of defense before we deploy police. But again, we don't have enough police resources either to be monitoring and enforcing at this level. We're talking now about potentially closing parks, closing the dock, or something in between. So this is my plea to the community. If you want the parks to stay open in a safe way, we have to work together to maintain our distancing. And when you're outside, if you can, if you're on a trail and you're gonna be in proximity of somebody that's less than 6 feet, please remember to have a mask with you. Another service question that we've received is, why is the grass not being watered this year? We have decided to brown out some of our parks, and there's a couple of reasons behind this decision. The obvious one is funding and resources. But you may recall in March and April, our maintenance, actually even into May, our maintenance staff were really limited in the types of duties they could perform. That was, those limitations were per the governor's orders. And so we weren't able to get back to restarting the irrigation systems citywide until much later than normal. Typically it takes several months to bring all the irrigation systems back online. We often have repairs that we have to complete from the winter. So we were behind to start off with. We then decided, given our budget scenario, that we would be browning out some of the parks. So some of the irrigation zones will remain off this year to save on irrigation resources, and it also reduces the amount of mowing we have to do. As a reminder, we're at 50%, actually more than less than 50% capacity compared to last year. So we are still watering some areas. That includes our sports fields, anything that had new vegetation planted, typically within the last 1 to 3 years if possible, the outdoor gallery in Aubrey Davis Park, and Mercerdale Park. For those of you that might be new to the Pacific Northwest, I want to assure you the grass does come back. Usually it just takes a few days of rain in the fall and we're green again. One of the questions I had today was, will this be the norm going forward? I don't know, council, we're working on our budget for 21-22 and evaluating levels of service. And we'll be talking more with you about that in the fall. Another ask or a plea, this is what our garbage cans are looking like right now. If you are visiting our parks over the weekend, you probably noticed we have overflowing cans. Obviously this can is overflowing, and then the crows probably came in and pulled everything out. We do have fewer parks maintenance staff. I already mentioned we're at less than 50% of normal summer staffing. We have no weekend staff on duty. A lot of people are going to the park with takeout containers, which is wonderful because you're supporting our local businesses. Just a few families with takeout containers easily fills a garbage can. So we just please kindly ask that you take your trash home with you. City Council, you will see an emphasis campaign on this issue going forward. We really do need the community's help with this to get through the summer. None of us want to show up on Monday and clean up this trash. And that, I jumped ahead there. This is our Pack It In, Pack It Out campaign. Again, we'll continue to promote this. We have signs up in our parks. Also, Sarah Beluvis, I'm going to ask her to be working with our businesses to see what they can do to encourage, you know, Pack It In, Pack It Out as they're selling their takeaway food. Water safety, it's that time of year again. We finally had a weekend where we had 2 days of 80-degree weather. Just a reminder, we do not have lifeguards at Mercer Island Parks, and a number of nearby beaches are no longer guarded as well. We encourage you to swim only in designated areas. If you're a parent or guardian or just watching kids in general, one of the programs you'll see promoted now is Phone Down, Eyes Up. We encourage everyone to wear a life jacket. This includes those of you out on paddle boards. I was observing lots of paddle boarders this weekend without proper flotation devices. If you fall and hit your head, there's not much you can do without a life jacket on. Finally, just a few reminders: swim with Buddy, stay within your capabilities. Please do call 911 if you notice someone in distress. Reminder, we have Marine Patrol out on the water. Every second does count. And please continue to talk to your kids about water safety. We have a website there, ndpa.org, and we are cross-posting this information. And council, you'll continue to see our water safety campaigns across our social media sites. Okay, a couple other city service updates here. On the thrift shop renovation project, I'm not sure, council, that I've followed up with an email lately. Just wanted to remind you, at the June 16th City Council meeting, you authorized funds for us to pursue an architect for the thrift shop remodel project. Shortly after that meeting, we did issue a request for qualifications. We had 8 companies submit, and 3 firms were selected for interviews. I am pleased to report that Osborne Architects was identified as the preferred consultant, and we are, I believe, under contract with them now. I haven't seen the final contract, but we were working on it very recently. We're going to ask them to move quickly on working towards 30% drawings and an updated engineer's estimate. We're planning to come back to you, City Council, on August 4th with another update. I need to be honest with you, it's going to be really tough to get to 30% drawings by August 4th, but regardless, we will be back with an update on as far as we've gotten and any land use or building permitting concerns that we've encountered. So that date is firm. A quick update from fire. Our EMS call volumes, and this is consistent not only on Mercer Island but throughout the county, are returning to normal levels, so really closer to where we were at prior to the pandemic. The fire department is continuing to respond to all calls and treating them as if they're going to encounter someone that is COVID-19 positive. This is just something that will probably be in place for us for quite a while to ensure our public safety teams minimize their exposure and risk. Also, I wanted to give a shout out to Fire Marshal Jeremy Hicks, who successfully completed his 1-year probationary period. We don't normally talk about probationary periods, but I have to say Fire Marshal Hicks, he's done an amazing job. He's come in, he's been an absolute transformational employee. He's working on process improvement and just really took the reins and is doing a fantastic job. Fire Chief wanted me to remind you, it is hot out there. Please remember to hydrate. Don't become a victim of heat exhaustion or heat stroke. And I will also put a plug in for the four-legged friends in our lives as well, particularly since they have fur coats. Please make sure they're sufficiently hydrated as well. And finally, a reminder, I know we still have some issues, people hesitating to call 911 due to COVID-19. We're here to help, so please call if you need assistance. Some road construction updates, and I'll go through these pretty quick. We have 4 projects that make up our arterial and residential street overlay projects this year. So the patching at 7500 North Mercer Way was completed last week. Thank you. Southeast 40th and Southeast 41st, which is primarily residential area, work began last week and the street was repaved yesterday. You can see that on the map there. Southeast 40th, which is an arterial, work started today with curb removals, and then new curbs and sidewalk ramps will be poured later this week. We are expecting some travel delays in this area during the day, and we have signage up and flaggers. So you'll be aware. Southeast 78th Street, this is project number 4, will begin later this week with curb removals, and then we expect new curbs and sidewalk ramps will be poured next week. The paving of both Southeast 40th and Southeast 78th Street, just so you're aware of timing, will actually occur in August. And overall, the pavement overlay resurfacing project, we're at about 25% complete so far. So thank you to the Public Works team. It's been a very strange project bidding environment with the pandemic, but I appreciate them keeping this one on schedule. Another project that is happening around city facilities, although we're not slated to open, or we won't be eligible, if you will, to reopen city facilities until phase 3, we are very busy getting prepared behind the scenes. This is a photo of the City Hall counter, and you can see that we have sneeze guards that have been installed. We also have sneeze guards going into the courtroom at the finance counter. If you've been in council chambers lately, we have sneeze guards in here, and also at the community center. This isn't on the slide, but I'll just remind the council that the municipal court is scheduled to reopen towards the end of August, and so most of our facility work right now is going into making sure that we have processes and logistics and protocols in place for the safe reopening of our court. One other update before I conclude, I just want to give a shout out. On July 15th, we had a car parade, not we, the community, for Fran Call. Our Parks and Recreation staff joined over 50 cars that paraded through the Islander Middle School parking lot to celebrate former IMS teacher and current Parks and Recreation volunteer Fran Call's birthday. It doesn't say how old she's here, so I won't announce it. Fran has been an incredible longtime volunteer of ours. She leads Soulmates and the Trailmates program, and she's probably traveled thousands of miles of trails and pathways as a volunteer for us. In recognition of Fran's birthday, we did receive a number of donations. She encouraged people to donate gift cards to DSW for new shoes. So YFS received $1,500 in DSW gift cards, and also 64 pairs of gently used shoes for people that might need them. So happy birthday, Fran. Thank you for being a longtime volunteer, and I'm glad we were able to help celebrate your birthday. And thank you to all the community members for the contributions to YFS as well. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Take a breath. That was a lot of information. So a lot of good information, and hopefully hoping that the community will listen in terms of social distancing and being careful when you're out in the parks. Tonight's agenda will not include in-person appearances in accordance with this proclamation. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearance portion of our meeting may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application. Provided, however, they registered their desire to speak with our city clerk by 4 p.m. today. The city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the city council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual council member or staff member. If any person makes a personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that the person leave the meeting. When it's your turn to address the council, be sure to speak audibly, state your name for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. The city clerk will provide a 15-second warning when your time is about to expire. However, before we begin the public appearances portion of our meeting, I want to remind the public that tonight we have a public hearing on the town center moratorium. Therefore, if you would like to make a public comment tonight specific to the moratorium, we ask that you hold your comment until that agenda item is before the council later this evening. City Clerk, is there anyone who has signed up for appearances that wishes to address the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several individuals that have signed up for tonight's appearances. The first 3 on our list are Ashley Hay, Dwight Schaefer, and Emily Yang. We'll start with Ashley Hay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Ashley.
Great, thank you. Good evening, this is Ashley Hay. I would like to speak to 2 issues tonight. Both are related to public safety. First, I would like to voice my support for Agenda Bill 5718 and encourage you to vote yes to approve ALPR technology for our police department. This important technology is currently being used widely across the United States and within many jurisdictions of Washington State with great success. Funds have already been collected and contemplated for this exact purpose, and we should not delay in approving this important safety measure for our community. Please vote yes. Now I would like to speak to some very serious public concerns regarding the Mercer Island Transit Interchange, also referred to as the bus intercept. I would like to highlight the lack of transparency or response from Sound Transit regarding these concerns. Sound Transit held an open house online in June. This was our chance to share comments, questions, or concerns with Sound Transit. It has been a month since the public comment period closed, and what has Sound Transit done with that information? So far, it appears nothing has been done, despite a plethora of serious public safety concerns being detailed in the public comments. In June, I asked the Sound Transit specialist when the public comments would be shared with the public. I was told that Sound Transit would take the general themes of the comments and create an FAQ for the public. At this time, we are not planning to publish all of the individual comments. As such, I requested the public comments via a public records request and was astonished by the large number of negative comments and very serious safety concerns presented by the public. If we consider only these comments which are specific to the design and operations of the transit interchange, and we eliminate general comments and comments unrelated to the design, the public comments are 96% negative and 4% positive. I expressed my concerns about this to Sound Transit and asked Sound Transit when they would be publishing the general themes and how they would address these numerous safety concerns. Contrary to what I was previously told, I was told on July 2nd that actually the full list of comments will be published on our website. They should be posted in the next week or 2. That was almost 3 weeks ago, and nothing has been published yet. When I asked again how Sound Transit would respond to the safety concerns detailed in the 96% negative feedback, I was informed that Sound Transit will not respond directly to the negative nor positive feedback. What is the point of a public comment period if our concerns are kept private and then dismissed without response? Despite stating that public feedback is vital to our work on their website, and that Sound Transit has engaged the Mercer Island community throughout the project development life cycle, Sound Transit continues to ignore the concerns of the taxpayers who fund their projects time and time again. Enough is enough, and we are relying on you to hold Sound Transit accountable for the negative impacts they are forcing upon this community. Sound Transit refuses to listen, they refuse to address or even respond to these very serious public safety concerns, and the City of Mercer Island simply cannot issue permits to Sound Transit for the construction of this roundabout until these issues are addressed. Thank you for hearing these concerns.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker that we have is Mr. Dwight Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Sound Transit is facing a massive revenue shortage through 2040, as reported by TJ Martinell in the Lens on 6/8/2020. These include $1 billion reduction through 2041 due to proposed motor vehicle excise tax reduction, up to $12 billion reduction due to COVID-19 shutdowns. And the motor vehicle excise tax, rental car tax, sales tax, and property tax comprise 67% of Sound Transit's revenue. In April, the motor vehicle excise tax is down 25%, and the rental car tax is down 87%. 33% of Sound Transit's revenues are from fares, grants, and debt service. Fares are down 86% in April, and debt service, which I presume is interest earned on bond proceeds, will rapidly reduce. Total revenue losses through 2040 would range from $7.8 billion for a moderate recession to $12 billion for a severe recession, which is about 23% of their total budget. Their revenues are not likely to recover to prior projections because, one, there'll be an aversion to public transportation until there's widespread inoculation of an infected virus. Two, working online from home will persist wherever possible. Three, Seattle may lose population as residents and businesses flee looting, arson, property damage, and violence harassment associated with Seattle's social unrest. Seattle Times already reports significant increase of interest in suburban homes. Seattle will lose business if draconian taxes are levied on them. Well, that happened after I wrote this. Sound Transit may consider higher taxes or an increase in debt capacity, either of which requires 60% voter approval. But even Peter Rogoff admits that would be extraordinarily difficult. Sound Transit Metro needs to acknowledge the paradigm shift and scale back or defer capacity plans to meet expectations. The trade-off between capital cost and revenue from operations must be reconsidered. Sound Transit Metro must also change their attitudes towards customers and listen to their needs rather than use their current command and control approach of forcing designs that optimize their operational efficiency. An example is on Mercer Island, where Sound Transit Metro wants to force
Mr.
buses
Schaefer, you have 15 seconds.
that currently head to Seattle, including those who do not currently stop in Mercer Island, to terminate their routes at Mercer Island and transfer all passengers to light rail. These buses would lay over and turn around via a roundabout on Mercer Island. This causes a tremendous increase in pedestrians and numerous adverse customer impacts, such as longer time for travel, increased congestion in North Mercer Way, longer island commutes using private transportation, increased congestion in Mercer Island Park and Ride Lot, increased Mercer Island Police Fire Department aid and personnel cleanup, detrimental to pedestrian safety due to bicycles and pedestrians that are mixed, increased capital costs for traffic signals, signal coordination, crosswalks, pavement markings, and traffic calming. These adverse impacts.
Mr. Schaefer, will you please wrap up?
Okay. Sound transit could reduce capital and litigation costs by letting the buses that do not stop on Mercer Island today to continue to their existing service. Buses that are not discontinued that do not stop on Mercer Island today should give their passengers the option to transfer to light rail or continue by bus to Seattle. The roundabout, eminent domain purchases, traffic signals, signal coordination, crosswalks, and traffic calming could all be deferred and added in the future if a strong preference for transferring is exhibited by the bus passengers from the east sides. This is an opportunity for goodwill and better cooperation.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Emily Yang. Ms. Yang?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, I'm Emily Yang, and other students who organized the Black Lives Matter protest and I are going to be talking a little bit more in depth about a few of our demands in relation to this. I will be addressing, first of all, a lot of the Black residents of the island and students came up to speak about their own experiences. And for me, I think it was more eye-opening to see the various ways in which they have faced discrimination on the island. And I think though most of what we would like to change is more in conjunction with the school district, I think the school district is merely a reflection of our community, which does not spend enough time addressing Black History Month and other cultural events that are not simply Eurocentric. I also think that a lot of cities have established a diversity board with multiple members from the community. We could have people of different socioeconomic statuses, different religions, different races, all meet monthly to discuss different changes that they would like to see. I saw that there was a letter by Chief Ed Holmes regarding different commonly asked questions with the police, and he talked about how our city does not have a citizen oversight committee. And while I don't think that's necessary because there are less, iniquities performed by our police, I think that this could be a good way to address the biases in our everyday lives, the discrimination that people face. And I also think that members would be able to bring organized reports to city council meetings so that we would have a better understanding of what we need to change. And I think that we would be able, in this sense, to have more responses to the anti-Semitic events that happened last year, obviously to the Black Lives Matter movement that is happening now. And we could talk about the way that our school district and our city kind of talk about these different discussions. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next three individuals actually on our list are Elsie Langtot, Gracie Galvin, and Benjamin Molina. Elsa?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So, as Emily said, I'm one of that helped organize the Black Lives Matter protest, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about the Mercer Island Police Department. So the first thing I wanted to touch on was implicit bias training. The latest annual report that we could find from the Mercer Island Police Department about implicit bias training was from 2015. So we were hoping, first of all, to make any records of bias training more accessible to the public, but we also were hoping that in light of recent events that have occurred, the police department would make more of an effort to improve their implicit bias training, because right now it really seems to be something that happens, on one day, once a year. And it's really something that should be a continuous process and something that's always improving. So we wanted to ask that they improve their implicit bias training. And then we also wanted to emphasize the importance of hiring some police officers with more advanced degrees in fields such as psychology and criminology, because this allows them to better understand their jobs, and advanced degrees can also contribute to more effective de-escalation practices and anti-bias policies. And then I also wanted to talk about quickly a reporting system for incidents of discrimination, because there's currently a system to report misconducts to the police department, but it's a general system for misconducts. It's not specifically targeted towards discrimination, and there's legal difficulties with reporting misconducts. And obviously Mercer Island doesn't have a lot of incidents of police brutality. We all know that, but a common complaint that is heard with citizens is that people of color are pulled over more often and things like that. So if there was a system for them, or if there was a way for them to report incidents, being pulled over, things like that, it would make it easier to record incidents of discrimination. And this can also help modify or improve officer training in the future. And it can contribute to data collection of biases in the Mercer Island Police Department as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa.
Mr. Mayor, the next person we have on our list is Gracie Galvin.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes,
Yes.
Gracie, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Gracie Galvin, and I'll be a rising senior at the high school. In the wake of the national movement to address systemic racism, us high school students took a moment to reassess the damage that racism has caused in our community. And prior to the June 12th Mercer Island Black Lives Matter March that we organized, we created a list of school district demands and community demands. We believe it's crucial to the island to foster a welcoming community where racism and injustice are not tolerated. And Mercer Island obviously has lots of work to do. One of the demands on our community list was Mayor Wong's signing of the Obama's Pledge, and we understand that that will be discussed further in this meeting. This pledge seeks to do 4 things. 1, review the city's use of force policies. 2, engage our community by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories for review. 3, report the findings of our community to seek feedback. And 4, reform the community's police's use of force policies if they're not up to an acceptable standard. And we understand that recently Police Chief Ed Holmes reviewed and reformed the Mercer Island Police Department's policies to match the 8 that can't wait, and we want to applaud him and Mercer Island PD for making these changes. However, this pledge isn't just about reviewing and adjusting the policies that are already in place. By taking this pledge, we show our community that we are prioritizing the Black Lives Matter movement and are making an effort to be more welcoming to Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We also understand that Mayor Wong must have the support of City Council in order to take this pledge. So today we are urging all City Council members to show that support. It's incredibly important to acknowledge the privilege that the city has, and we hope that Mercer Island will use that privilege to set an example for our neighboring cities. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our next person on the list is Mr. Benjamin Molina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Benjamin, we can hear you.
Awesome. So I'd like to take my time to, I'm Benjamin Molina. I'd like to take my time to address council members Neese and Anderl's proposition for the automated license plate reading systems. So my issue with this proposition is that it seems to be allocating resources to police officers that they already have an ability to do with their scanners inside of the car, as opposed to typing the new system would be automated and automatically do it for them. And it just doesn't make sense to me. Even though there's already a pilot in place to see its effective use, I don't see the necessity to continue putting these $40,000 police scanners, my numbers might be off there, in each active patrol car, when you could invest in a stationary one by the freeway exits at a much lower cost overall. And also, if we're making all of these sort of premium advances to the police technology systems, it seems that you guys could be allocating those funds more to the youth and family services, because we've noticed that there's a kind of a strange tendency to buy these sort of advanced systems for Mercer Island, even though crime is not as rampant in other communities where these scanning systems have been used and tested, where you have been given those numbers and success rates. Also, I wanted to sort of compare the two to the mine-resistant armored vehicle that the MIPD owns. And those two premiums and things that cost a lot of money, where you could be reallocating those to departments of the city budget that actually need them, to me, it makes more sense to be using those funds differently when something that might not work, or if it's just a convenience to police officers, is being put into works in the budget in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next person on our list is Mr. Robert Klein.
Hi, my name is Bob Klein. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've lived on Mercer Island for more than 45 years, and I'm here today to ask the City Council to take action on revising and enforcing our animal control laws to ensure the safety of Mercer Island residents. On June 8th, my dog Jack and I had just started walking on the Mercerdale Hillside Trail when we were attacked by a pit bull mix. A dog walker was coming down the first set of stairs on the trail with a boxer's leash in her right hand and a pit bull mix's leash in her left hand. As soon as her dog saw my 17-pound Labradoodle, they broke loose from her grip, causing her to fall. Both dogs came tearing down the stairs, and the pit bull grabbed Jack by his neck and chest. I tried to wrestle with the attacking dog, but could not get the pit bull to release her hold on Jack. I eventually stuck my left hand into the pit bull's mouth to try and pry her mouth open, and I suffered several wounds to my hand in the process. After a significant struggle, I was eventually successful, but Jack sustained an 8-inch gash on his chest, a smaller laceration on his neck, and several puncture wounds. After the attack, Jack had difficulty controlling his left leg. I initially took him to our local vet, but was told that his life-threatening injuries were going to require an acute care facility in Renton. After I dropped the dog at the emergency animal hospital, I drove myself to the ER and received several stitches to close lacerations on my left hand. Jack was operated late the next day to close the multiple lacerations and to evaluate the nerve damage to his left leg. I'm happy to report, thanks to excellent medical care, Jack and I have made good recoveries. I filed complaints with Mercer Island Police Department and King County Animal Control and discovered that the same pit bull had attacked another Mercer Island resident, Jan Penny, and her dog on Mercer Island in June of 2019. Miss Penny also had to stick her hands into the pit bull's mouth in order to free her dog. Unfortunately, she sustained permanent injury to 3 fingers. She is currently involved in a civil suit with the dog's owners. In addition, the same pit bull and the boxer have had other incidents, including chasing Dr. Chris DeRay back to his home on Mercer Island while dragging the dog walker along. Both of these incidents were reported to the Mercer Island Police Department. I was contacted by Mercer Island Police Department Officer Anna Ormsby, who has been a wonderful person throughout this entire ordeal. King County Animal Control Officer Wilcox has also been very responsive. Officer Wilcox's investigation concluded that the pit bull should be declared a dangerous dog. That would mean that the dog would have to be muzzled whenever off of the owner's property. However, Officer Wilcox warned me that because the attack occurred on Mercer Island, her recommendation would be ignored because the animal control laws are not enforced here. Unfortunately, she was correct. Officer Wilcox went on to say that Mercer Island is the only city in King County which such lax enforcement and rules governing animal control laws as they relate to dog attacks. Sure enough, despite the animal control recommendations of the Mercer Island City Attorney, Beal Park, and the part-time Mercer Island prosecutor, refused to issue the order declaring the pit bull dangerous. Attorney Park explained to me their reasoning, and he sounded, frankly, just as frustrated as I am with Mercer Island's lack of clear-cut, enforceable animal control laws. City Attorney Park recommended that I appeal to the Mercer Island City Council to revamp the present city rules for dog attacks and bring our laws on Mercer Island into compliance with every other city in King County. Mr. Park explained that right now, for Mercer Island to deem a dog dangerous, that dog would have to do one of 2 things: either kill the other dog or cause significant permanent injury or permanent disfiguring to a human.
Mr.
Of
Galvin?
course, we know this
Excuse
has
me, Mr.
already
Klein?
happened.
Mr. Klein, you have 15 seconds.
I'm just finishing up. Of course, we know that this has already happened, but there remains no enforcement. I implore the City Council to please revise our dog attack laws before these vicious dogs cause further injuries to our children, adults, or well-behaved dogs. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Our next speaker is Ms. Addie Smith. We can hear you.
Hi, everyone.
We can hear you better now.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So, okay. I hope my time hasn't started. I hope you can hear me now. There's a delay, so just FYI, if you can hear me, there's a delay. So, white supremacy has created a society, an idea of a society, and is using the state to enforce it. And this is what I'm fighting against. The police report, the person who just called said the police took a report from him, and his dog was attacked by another dog. I went to the police department month after month after month in 2019 to file police reports against racists attacking my daughter and I. And the police wouldn't write one report, not one. The chief, I listened to him speak last week, and he said he went all the way back to 2011. That should give you some pause for concern that the chief went all the way back to 2011 about a family that he met with, an African-American family. And in 2019, I went to the police department every single month for months asking for help and was refused. He refused to meet with me. Even you all refused to respond to my emails. The chief responded finally in October saying that he had hoped things would settle down for me soon, meaning he had hoped that the racists who were attacking my daughter and I would settle down. It's ridiculous. It is insane. It is hurtful. It is racist, and it's part of the problem. Now, one of the other things that should give you pause for concern, the chief said, people of color want to work here. People of color feel uncomfortable working here. That should scare you as city council members if you actually care. And I'm looking at your facial expressions as I speak. You should care about the fact that he said people of color feel uncomfortable working here. And again, there's only one black police officer. One of the council members said he thanked the chief of police for his unbiased policing. And I would like to know what knowledge and data is that based on? I'm not done, I'm sorry. I also want to say that anyone who, I want to encourage voters to pay attention in particular to the people who don't sign the pledge. It is one thing to believe people, to listen to what people say. It is a whole other thing to watch their actions and what they do.
Ms. Smith, you have 10 seconds left.
I find that interesting that I had 10 seconds left when your first caller ran way over the time to speak. So I want to also speak about the MFPE from last week. I didn't get a chance to finish that. So I wanted to give you guys the calculations, if you will allow me. First, you have to understand that $607,000 that you all were asking about, the city does not have to pay all that money. So when developers develop property here, that $607,000 burden does not fall on other taxpayers in the city. First, you have to understand that cities decide how much tax revenue to levy, not the tax rate itself, and that is limited to 1% above what they levied the prior year, plus taxes on new construction or improvement. So if a city levied $1 million in 2020 on the existing tax base plus $5,000 on new construction, the total would be $1,005,000. And in 2021, the city could levy up to $1,015,050, which is 1% more than the 20% total plus taxes on new construction. Now, say that $5,000 belongs to a project approved for MFPE. If the project was completed in 2019 and compiled with all the requirements, the project would be exempt in 2020 and the city wouldn't see the $5,000 or any taxes on the improvement until the exemption expires. This is called foregone revenue. Sometimes a project is partially completed.
Ms. Smith, will you try to wrap up?
Sometimes, well, one of the most important things that I wanted to talk about, and I want people to pay attention to, is specifically Mercer Island City Council. Mayor Benson Wong and City Attorney Beal Park are minorities. So I'm really concerned about the fact that they have not been proactive when it comes to hate crime in the city. None of the council members are actually. They are very reactive, as a matter of fact. And I want to know why, when I was emailing you way before I was assaulted in November, why no one on this council responded to any of my emails. And that's all. I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The city clerk, who is next on the list?
Mr. Mayor, we have two more individuals on our list. The next person to speak is Ms. Meg Lippert. Ms. Lippert? Ms. Lippert? We need you to unmute your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Meg Lippert, Mercer Island. My comments this evening focus on repurposing the Mercer Island Recycling Center. A community forum called, quote, "The Future of the Mercer Island Recycling Center, renew, reuse, repurpose," end quote, was held at Mercer Island Library in September 2017, 2.5 years ago. At that meeting, citizens viewed a video about the origin, construction, and operation of the recycling center. They then listened to presentations by 4 former Mercer Island High School students who had been members of the, quote, "Committee to Save the Earth," end quote, which was the high school club that almost 50 years ago founded, built, and operated the recycling center. Together with the consulting architect of the recycling center, Jim Adkins, and Seattle architect Ellen Judson, who were citizens at the forum. The citizens at the forum then considered various options for repurposing the recycling center, including those options that were previously submitted to the City Council on July 12, 2010, in a Bainbridge Graduate Institute report, plus additional ideas suggested by attendees at the forum. The citizens at the forum concluded that 3 options best met our community's needs and were best aligned with the high school students' original vision of community engagement and recycling. These, in order of importance, were, quote, 1, an intake center for the thrift shop, freeing up thrift shop space for more sales area. 2, a native plants and gardening center, perhaps in connection with the nursery for native plants in the native garden. And 3, a sustainability education center, perhaps with a tool library and or a bike skateboard repair center, end quote. If the City Council and the public, after proper notification and consideration and participation, agree that the best use for the recycling center is to be as an intake center for the thrift shop, then I hope that the City Council and the architect and or structural engineer they hire to bring it up to code for occupancy will respect its design and historical importance to the city as the first recycling center in Washington state to be initiated, funded, built, and run by high school students, a distinction that was honored by an award from the Governor of Washington, as well as other awards. Ideally, the integrity of the original design would be preserved by maintaining its unique design and construction in order to honor the important history of the building, as well as to honor the vision of the students who founded it. For example, the wide porches have served well in the past to shade recycling center workers during the summer and to shelter them during rainy fall, winter, and spring days, and would serve the thrift shop workers equally well. Also, the skylight at the apex of the pyramid-shaped roof has its own story told to me by Mr. Adkins, the architect. Rehabilitating that skylight would be an important step in honoring the artistic vision and integrity of the building's design. It would also serve as the physical evidence for the story of why the skylight is pyramid-shaped and not conical, as was drafted in the original plans. And I was given copies of the original plans by Mr. Atkins before he passed away, and he told me they were for my safekeeping. So I am happy to have those and to share them if requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, our last speaker who signed up.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker we have is Mark Hirayama.
Hello, I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, hello City Council members. Thank you for your time. This is Mark Hirayama. I live at 7800 Southeast 27th Street. I'd like to talk about Agenda Bill 5732, the adoption of Resolution 1584 related to ending the proposed Mercer Island commuter parking and mixed use project. I sent an email about this earlier today, but I just wanted to summarize here. I encourage the City Council to approve the adoption of this resolution to end the currently proposed project and to take appropriate actions to maximize reimbursement from Sound Transit as part of the 2017 settlement agreement. I'd imagine this is at least in part of the motivation for the interim alternative of surface parking on the project site. That being said, I personally continue to be very interested in what happens next that is beyond the interim solution of surface parking. Simply put, I'm interested in the long term. As I've expressed my position before, I support additional commuter parking for Mercer Island commuters, as well as a new home for YTN here on Mercer Island. And I remain interested in participating in discussions about the various possibilities to address these needs. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Thanks to all the members of the public that shared their thoughts and concerns with the City Council tonight. There's no further appearances. We now move to the consent calendar. And just a reminder, I'm looking at Councilmember Rosenbaum, Jacobson, and Reynolds. You have your hands up. I just assume that that's probably from prior discussions. Okay. So the next item of business is the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the approval of the accounts payable report for periods ending July 10, 2020, claims reporting for electronic funds transfers for the month ending July 31, 2020, the approval of the certification of payroll dated July 17, 2020, the approval of the minutes of the June 16 and July 17 regular video meetings, AB 5725, which is the West Mercer Way Pedestrian Crossing Bid Award, and AB 5722, the renewal of the interlocal agreement with King County for the CDBG and the HOME consortiums. Does anybody wish to pull any item off the consent calendar? Seeing nobody raising their hands, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to approve the consent calendar as presented. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Excuse me, aye. Thank you. Motion passes and the consent calendar is approved. We now move to the first item of regular business, Agenda Bill 5729, public hearing on the Town Center moratorium. This public hearing is for the purpose of receiving comments on the Town Center moratorium. Individuals wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they register their desire to speak and make a public comment with the City Clerk by 4 p.m. today. City Clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. Public hearing is now open as of 6:51 p.m. Those wishing to provide public testimony Please speak audibly, state your name for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. City Clerk will give you a 15-second warning before your time is set to expire. City Clerk, has anybody signed up for public comments that wishes to address the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one request to speak, and that's Mr. Mark Gerhardt. Mr. Gerhardt? Mr. Gerhardt, I see that you are on the line. Do you have your mute turned? Your phone microphone on? Mr. Gerhardt? Mr. Mayor, perhaps we can come back to the public hearing portion and see if he has an opportunity to fix his microphone.
Okay, so for the time being, the public hearing is still ongoing.
Yes.
And at this point, I'd like to welcome Community Planning and Development Director Evan Maxim.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, my name is Evan Maxim. I'm your Community Planning and Development Director, at least for the interim. I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation here that I'd like to share with you this evening. Recall that in the agenda bill, I noted that staff is essentially looking for direction around 2 items related to the town center moratorium. Mayor, can you confirm that you can see my PowerPoint presentation? Thank you. So of course, we have the public hearing open this evening. The next 2 items, really, I'm looking for direction, both discussion and direction by the City Council related to the scope of the moratorium and guiding staff in developing findings of fact for City Council adoption, presumably in August or September. And then I do have a slide or 2 around next steps and a council member question that I received. So I'll remind the City Council, following the close of the public hearing tonight, the council can provide direction to staff related to a modification of the ordinance, of the moratorium ordinance. That modification could be either to modify the geographical area affected by the town center moratorium or the scope of development related to that moratorium. If the council provides that kind of direction, we will need to adopt an amended moratorium at a later council meeting, so it will not take effect immediately tonight. Alternatively, the City Council can direct staff to make no change to the current moratorium scope, and we would move on to the next item related to the findings of fact. Mayor, if it's all right with you, I will touch briefly on the discussion we will need related to findings of fact, address council member questions, and then perhaps we could check our public hearing.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, sir. Related to the findings of fact, this is something that's required under state law that the City Council adopt formal findings of fact supporting the establishment of the moratorium. Recall that in Exhibit 1, the City Council established preliminary findings of fact. These were the whereas statements, or many of the whereas statements at the top of the ordinance establishing that moratorium. What we're looking for tonight is for the City Council to elaborate on their thinking behind establishing the moratorium. This provides guidance to your city staff in drafting findings of fact for the council to adopt at a later date. So Mayor, we would ask for general council consensus around the basic findings this evening. For example, I believe in your whereas clauses, we had a note related to retail square footage and perhaps a council desire to increase the amount of required retail space in town center. Alternatively, if the council cannot develop findings of fact, you do have the option of lifting the moratorium through the adoption of a subsequent ordinance. I think this is an unlikely option given the council discussion so far tonight, but it is one that's on the table for the City Council to discuss. Mayor, would you like me to pause so you can return to the public hearing?
City Clerk, is Mr. Gerhart now available?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, Mark, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I clearly am technically challenged. Mark Gerhart, Ryan Companies. We recently acquired the Mercer Park or Farmers Insurance property. The following reasons summarize why the Mercer Park property, commonly known as Farmers Insurance, should not be included in the current moratorium. Number one, the Mercer Park property has never been identified as a potential retail site. Over the past month, we've commissioned a comprehensive plan analysis, a bulk zoning analysis, and continued community outreach to stakeholders, including current and former council members who participated in the last code update. The feedback was very clear. The city has never considered the Mercer Park property as a potential retail site, and it should not be considered now. Number two, TC3 zone properties, particularly the Mercer Park property, is intended to be a transition between residential zone properties and the commercial uses in the town center. The justification for reducing the bulk height and scale of TC3 zone properties in the last code update was to create this transition. The Mercer Park property should not be included in the moratorium area based on its function as a transition from residential to town center commercial uses. Number three, the existing zoning code provides adequate development capacity to preserve all existing retail south of 29th without adding a retail requirement to the Mercer Park property. There's currently 81,127 square feet of retail located south of 29th in the town center. The area which currently requires retail in the town center north of 29th is 43% developed by land area. There is capacity to develop 81,123 square feet of retail in addition to the retail area that already exists in the town center. All of the retail that exists south of 29th will be replaced when the balance of the town center develops under the current code. The challenge facing the existing retail businesses is not an issue with the zoning code. Current retail rents in the town center's older single-story buildings range from $20 to $30 per square foot. Rents required to justify the incorporation of new retail space and the parking necessary to support it within new TC3 zone development is $40+ per square foot per year. A broad retail mandate at the current TC3 density is not economically viable for the existing Mercer Island retail businesses or the retail redevelopment of the Mercer Park property. And last but not least, Ryan Companies invested $46.5 million to acquire and improve the largest commercial asset on Mercer Island. 2 months after the purchase of the Mercer Park property, the city adopted a moratorium that precludes major development permits on the property. Excluding the Mercer Park property from the current moratorium will make it clear the council's intent for the moratorium is to ensure the future of a vibrant retail core and not block town center development when large parcels are sold. I'm hopeful the council will consider this logic and confirm the Mercer Park property should be excluded from the moratorium area. And I want to thank all of you personally who've been willing to take time to hear us out over the last month. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mark. City Clerk, again, that was the only person who signed up for this public hearing.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So the public hearing is now closed as of 7 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. May I address the council?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd suggest that really the first question that staff requires guidance around is the scope of the moratorium. There's essentially two options on the table before the city council, and I can put the slide back up if that's useful. One would be to amend the scope of the existing town center moratorium, direct staff to prepare that amendment. That scope may be modified either in terms of geographical area or in terms of development. Or the city council may decide to leave the current moratorium as it is, as it stands, and not take further action on this item. We're simply looking for direction from council as to whether further amendment is necessary.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So Evan, when you talk about scope of development, are you talking about adding height in exchange for retail, or what do you mean by that particular?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was actually suggesting that at the moment, the moratorium relates to major development, building permits, design review related to major development. The City Council could indicate that even a tenant improvement, a change in use of an existing commercial space should be subject to the moratorium, and that is a change in the scope of what projects we would stop processing. Does this make sense, Deputy Mayor? Thank you.
Any other comments at this point? I'm wondering whether or not, in terms of, Evan, Councilmember Jacobson, go ahead.
I have listened to what Mr. Gerhard has had to say, and I was one of, I think, many of us who took a tour. In fact, Craig Reynolds and I took a tour one day to, kick the tires and see what the place looked like and everything. And I've thought quite a bit about what role with that building, Mercer Park, if it's now called that, plays in our city. And to skip to a conclusion, work backwards for how I got there, I think we should consider exempting that building from the moratorium. My reasons are these. We will stand financially to benefit hugely if that project goes forward without further delay. And I mean that by construction costs, taxation on construction, getting people in there, presumably greater property values for that, but not the least of which is if the number of people who are going to work in that building, or something like 129,000 square feet in that building, so it's a big building. And what that number of people is going to do for our existing retail, I think is potentially very beneficial. And for our existing retail, I'm talking about particularly the stuff that's south of 29th, the Islandia Center, what I'd call the Rite Aid Center, and then some other businesses are here, there, and in there. So I think that there's a benefit. I don't see that it's likely or feasible that any retail is going to go into the farmer's site. And I think that by exempting it, we enable Ryan companies to go forward, to go through the process and to prove up what they've got to prove up in order to be permitted to do what they want to do. And I think getting that in motion, I think, is beneficial to the city. And is it beneficial to the Ryan company? Sure it is. And while I'm not put on this earth to benefit private enterprise, besides my own company, I guess, I think there's great benefit to the city of Mercer Island. And it will take a building that is unused and has been unused for years and turn it into a producing asset. So that would be one thing that I would consider, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is.
Yeah, right. So I just want to follow up on Jake's comment. And I was part of the original work to look at the town center planning, everything north and south of 29th. And I agree, we sort of wanted to focus a lot of the retail in the north end and then have some step down in height, so we wouldn't have quote unquote the canyon effect back in the day. And the whole intent as we moved south from the town center, light rail coming, all of that, was to sort of bring in some varieties of housing, right? We could maybe have 3-story buildings, 2-story townhomes, all of that. So the whole intent was to sort of create a walking, vibrant downtown and not to do any spot zoning. I think if we want to consider preserving the retail we have, we should sort of focus this moratorium just on 78, that tree-lined street where we already have a post office and a bank, and we already know what's coming in with Chinois. So if we are going to continue with this moratorium, which I'm not sure we need given all the work that went into sort of planning this out a few years ago, I would further limit the moratorium to focus retail on 78, because I think that's where it might make sense to connect kind of the core of our town center to our treasure in Mercerdale Park, especially if we're going to have this beautiful new thrift store. So I would concur with Jake's remarks and further recommend that we narrow it to 78 and really be laser focused on what it is we're trying to achieve and what is the goal that we want out of this. And more importantly, what is the problem we're trying to solve? So I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a statement, kind of a procedural question. I want to thank Mark and the Ryan companies. I know that I went on that tour. I think most of us did, as Jake said. One thing that I thought was great was the depth that they went through to sort of understand our code and our goals. So I appreciate that. And one thing that really stuck out to me, something that I've heard from a lot of our residents, especially more senior residents, is that they're looking for an alternative to housing. They grew up here, they raised a family here, but a 4 or 5 bedroom house just isn't working for them with stairs. And they're not really looking to move to a long-term care facility, kind of looking for something more of a retirement home. Not a retirement home, but home where they are retired. So I think that this would be, an opportunity for that. So, I'm going to join myself with Jake there. But the question I have, and Evan, this is probably better for you to answer. We've sort of obviously seen these plans, and I won't call them plans, but sort of ideas. Where in the process would it make sense for is there any way for us to sort of get any sort of agreement that this is sort of what would be expected, or is that all sort of down the road until we see plans? We actually don't know what would go in that dirt.
You're referring to the Mercer Park, formerly Farmers Insurance Building site?
Yeah, exactly.
So I believe, the Mercer Park development, which is on the former Farmers Insurance Building site, has applied for 2 permits that are not subject to the moratorium. The first set of permits was to renovate the interior space of the existing office building. That permit review, I believe, is largely complete. A second set of permits is related to the exterior renovation of that building. So it's essentially from the entry plaza south. That set of permits is in the midst of design review. And that design review information is available through our community planning and development department, Let's Talk. There is a third phase, as I understand it, that we have conceptually discussed with Ryan companies. And this would be related to some sort of building built at the north end of that site. The north end being directly to the south of the New Seasons parking lot. The north end of the property where it abuts Southeast 29th Street. I'm not aware of any application related to that third phase, if you will. Ryan Companies has indicated that it's likely in line with the current town center regulations, which would not require retail space at the moment. You would expect to see plans for that when they're essentially ready to move forward with construction. And I don't anticipate that, again, just based on the conversations I've had with Mr. Gearhart this year, though he may have, or his company may have prepared preliminary materials as part of their essentially due diligence to acquire the site. So Councilmember Rosenbaum, that was a long-winded answer. I think the shorter answer is probably not this year. It's probably sometime next year that we would see any kind of conceptual drawings. That's the best of my knowledge at this point.
You have a clarifying question?
Yeah, Evan, my question is more, we've obviously talked about this conceptually. If they are excluded from the moratorium, is there any way to sort of hold them to what we've been presented, or is that just completely, until there's, papers submitted, we're all sort of having an agreement here?
So I understand they've discussed conceptual drawings, conceptual plans with the city council. really what they're held to is the development regulation in effect at the time of application. So I have not thought that Ryan Companies has ever misrepresented information to me, but could their plans change between now and then? Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So I'll probably echo Deputy Mayor's comments on this. That her and I were both in the same stakeholders group that looked at Town Center, and that was 42 members of the community spending weeks, months of their time looking at how this Town Center could be developed in a way that was maybe more in tune with the times, and very much the stepping down, daylight planning, and then the focus of intensity of use kind of being less intense as it headed towards Mercer Dale were all common themes. One of the things that was discussed was mid-block connectors between 78th and 77th. And so that was, and I think we had some charrettes done and some renderings that showed what that long, very, very long block that Rite Aid occupies, along with some other properties that has no cross-block connections, what that could look like with a little bit of effort. And so I was a little bit saddened to see the retail requirement removed for that section of Town Center. But I talked to the applicant, Mr. Gerhardt, and I think he understands I'm a pretty straight shooter. And I said that I also didn't think it made any sense that the retail requirement should be required west of 77th. So effectively, the applicant's property, I didn't think that made sense. It never has been retail. It's been a large structured parking garage for as long as I can remember. And that in keeping with the stepping down and the stepping back of retail intensity, it to me made the most sense that that should be a housing area. I do feel strongly that parking, the opportunity that the city has with right-of-way parking along 77th, being able to facilitate and activate retail, that we should consider retail on 77th, but only on the east side. And so again, I would support what Jake has suggested, what Deputy Mayor Biker has suggested, and that is just simply not include the parcels which are south of 29th, but west of 77th within the boundaries of the moratorium. And I think that's just a very cut and dry thing that we could do tonight. I know that we would have to come back and amend the ordinance, but I also do think that Mr. Gerhardt, being a smart man, would not take very long to get his application filed with the building department, and that you would see a very rapid development of that project. And that speaks to Councilmember Jacobson's points about the ability of that project to contribute to some of the financial woes that the city is facing in terms of sales tax and renewed development in the town center, which we haven't seen for quite some time.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Thank you. So some clarifying questions and then maybe some comments. It's correct then that the representations that the Ryan companies have made with regard to an offer of retail on the north end of this property by the future Met Market, kitty corner from the reading room, would not be something that would be binding on them. Is that right?
I'm not aware of any regulation that would make that a binding commitment on the part of Ryan Companies.
Okay. And well, I guess maybe that was just that one question. I'm finding myself not in agreement with the 5 people who spoke up till now, or 4, I guess, Jake, Wendy, Dave, and Salim. I think, we imposed the moratorium to give ourselves some time to think about town center visioning. And maybe this hasn't been retail since the 80s, but it was retail before the 80s. And to just carve out certain properties simply because the developer is, potentially threatening legal action. I'm not on board. I think we need to consider the town center as a whole. And I think it is wrong to bow to the pressure to exclude this property, particularly since the moratorium is not going to last for a long time. And we have also heard that much of the work that they wish to do that needs to be done first can be done under the moratorium. So I'm not on board.
Thank you. Deputy, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Councilmember Neese, did you have another comment or question?
No, I just wanted to simply add that I'm not bowing to any pressure, and I don't really have any concern about any legal case that the applicant might have. I told the applicant weeks and weeks ago when I first talked to him, the only time that I talked to him, and I've never met or gone to the property, that I really didn't think it made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense to have retail on that block west of 77. So to me, this was just my view, having spent many hundreds of hours talking and working with groups on town center, that if you looked at 80th, for example, 80th in the town center visioning was looked at as multifamily with a mix of professional use studio type units on the base floors. So the discussions and the visioning exercises, even on the east side of town center, which is a fairly sleepy, mostly multifamily, but small business type thoroughfare, was about lowering the intensity and continuing to have some professional services on the street level. Always on the west side with the farmers complex that was there, it was always contemplated that would be some sort of housing, diversified housing option for islanders that were looking to downsize from, empty nest type homes to something that was more affordable, more right size in the town center. So to me, I'm not bowing to anything. It's just a view I've held for quite some time.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker, and then Councilmember Jacobson. Wendy, you're on mute.
All right, sorry. So for me, this isn't about kowtowing or doing any fear of lawsuits or anything. What I'm focusing on is the broader retail capacity we have, the retail that's already struggling given online sales, the retail that's probably going to struggle beyond this COVID impact, and the possibility of affordable retail on Mercer Island. As I think Mark pointed out, new retail rent is a lot more expensive than older retail rent. So if we want to preserve the retail we have, I think we need to look at the existing retail we have. I'm not looking to expand retail because from what I see, there are a lot of struggling businesses already and some storefronts that could use tenants. So for me, this is about looking at what makes sense for the short term and the long term. And again, creating that connectivity from the hub of our town center up towards light rail and bringing it down to the park while bringing in some biking capacity, some pedestrian friendly streets, access to Mercerdale, which is the treasure of our town center, I think, and looking at the public amenities like Celine pointed out, like cross-block connections, places to relax outside in the summer. For me, this is the broader picture, and I think we need to be careful not to have too much retail at the end of the day, because I don't know that retail, especially when it's expensive, is going to be sustainable for the mom and pop shops that we're trying to preserve and sustain. So I just want to make that point clear.
I'm going to jump in. Well, Jake, I'm going to take your place for a second. You moved off.
Okay.
So let me just jump in. I guess I'm hearing a number of you folks say carve out the west side of 77th. I guess, Deputy Mayor Weicker, I want to make sure I understand you, because the whole thing that we started with this moratorium is that we were looking south of 29th to see whether or not we needed to include retail frontage south of 29th. So did I hear you say that you don't think we should do that south of 29th? I'm trying to get an idea of what our graphics.
So to be clear, I think we have enough capacity in retail at the north end of 29th, the north side of 29th. And if we do want to have any retail south of 29th, we should focus it on 78th, both sides of the street. I don't think we need it on either side of 77th or 80th.
Okay, so you're still looking potentially at some additional retail frontage, but only on 78th.
Both sides of 78th to make sort of a pedestrian thoroughfare, leave the bike lane over on 77th with whatever residential we can get.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Jacobson.
I I'll also plead not guilty to having been, pushed into the things I've had to say. Being a developer at points in time in my life, I'm suspicious of all the rest of them. But I think there are a couple of good points, and I think Deputy Mayor Weiker's point, I think, is a really good one about emphasizing that block that's the current Rite Aid at one end, CenturyLink at the opposite corner, and that kind of thing is a place for retail. Plus what else we've got. So the other consideration I would have is that if we were to exempt the area, the farmers building out of this, that will narrow the scope and it'll give I would think it would give guidance to the CPD in terms of what we want to do and narrow the amount of stuff they got to do and make their task a little simpler. And I think in the day when we're not overflowing with highly qualified people in that department these days because of layoffs and what have you, that I think this would be a sound step. And I'd like to see what the city manager would have to say about that proposition. I might be dead wrong, but I think if we narrowed it, the moratorium, I think that would make our findings easier to do, and we could be shooting, bullets with a good scope on them to a greater degree than we are now. So,
okay. Thank you, Councilmember Adderall.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think that again, exempting a property from the moratorium that we just adopted predetermines the outcome of the moratorium, which is supposed to give us the time to figure out what the vision for retail south of 29th is. I don't like deciding this piecemeal. And I think that to people's points, we are trying to potentially create a walking, vibrant downtown. But you need to give people a place to walk to. They're not just going to walk out the front door of their townhome and wander up and down the street if there's no destination. So I think we should keep. I think we should keep our options open about what the outcome of the moratorium is. I don't like deciding it without additional study and input. I just think it's bad precedent and bad policy to go this way. But that said, I recognize I'm in the minority.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Well, Councilmember Randall, you're in the minority, but you're not alone. I think your last comments kind of summarized what I'm thinking. I think that it may well make sense in what Deputy Mayor Weicker and others said, that we should concentrate on west of 77th, or excuse me, east of 77th. Probably makes a lot of sense. But for better or worse, the Mercer property or the farmer's property clearly is part of town center right now. And I think that much as the comments I made in the prior meeting, I think that if we're going to look at development in town center, we shouldn't be tying our hands at the beginning and in effect carving out and saying, we won't consider this, we won't consider that. I think if we want to have a good outcome, we should go in with as open a mind as we can with as many options as possible on the table. So I'm reluctant to carve something out right now. I'm also a little reluctant to create an exception for something that in essence is one piece of property, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody may correct me if I'm looking at the map wrong. That makes me a little bit uneasy just on general principles. I think when we go through this process, we may well confirm that east of 77th is the place to draw the line, but I'm not sure this is the time or place to do it before we had adequate study and input from the consultants and everybody else that will be involved in this process.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in here and then also, I guess, try to get some closure as far as what our direction is to the staff. And so, I think when we went into this, at least when I went into it, was to look at the south of 29th as a whole in terms of whether or not retail frontage made sense. And I understand obviously the challenges with retail businesses now, and even more so, with the pandemic, and also obviously with online shopping and what have you. But one of the things that we were talking about obviously was hiring a consultant. And of course, that opens up a lot of questions, but basically having a consultant come in and advise us as to what sort of made sense. And the consultant may, as I think Councilmember Reynolds mentioned, may very well come to the conclusion that west side of 77th doesn't make sense. But I think it does make sense at this point to include that street, both sides, in the initial study by the consultant. So that's where I am. And so I think, I don't know, Councilmember Rosenbaum, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it looks like there may be, in terms of trying to figure out the scope, it looks like we are sort of counting heads, and it looks like three of us might want to just include the farmer's property, both sides of the street, and others are inclined maybe to exclude the west side of 77th. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, let me just ask a procedural question here. So obviously this is one issue, and Jake has raised this as sort of something to consider. What are we going to do next? Because in my perspective, this is obviously a puzzle we're trying to figure out. And the way that I would kind of go heads up or heads down on this, I think has a lot to do with sort of where we end up. Is it possible to kind of get to the other topics and then kind of come back and see where all the puzzle pieces fit?
Councilmember Rosenbaum, the City Council can direct staff to prepare a amending ordinance to the moratorium at any time. So it is possible to proceed further with the conversation and amend that moratorium boundary at a later date. We raised it tonight because this is really the first time you've had your public hearing after the ordinance and had a chance to respond to public comment. Council can proceed with the moratorium as is and begin their review of the economic information, and at some later date conclude that a change is appropriate.
Sorry, I don't mean a later date, I mean tonight. Sort of just want to understand what our process is tonight to kind of get this out the door.
So my intent, Councilmember, was to both nail down the scope and then nail down findings, which really serve as the rational basis for establishing the moratorium. To me, it made sense to first confirm what the moratorium said and then confirm the basis for it. But we could certainly go in the reverse order. So you can, if the council so desires, they can discuss findings. And I've frankly heard a few in your comments so far tonight related to perhaps focusing retail along the 78th corridor. But I think you can discuss findings and come back to this second question if you'd like. I do have 2 slides related to next steps after tonight, if that's useful.
You have a follow-up question, Councilmember Rosenbaum?
I don't. Just trying to think procedurally what makes sense, because if we're going to start talking about carving out other areas here or expanding the scope of what we're looking at, that would influence how I would sort of feel about this topic.
I think at this point, we're just trying to figure out the geographic area that we're looking at. And the second part, or maybe third part, whatever, is to decide whether or not we are simply looking at retail or are we embarking on a broader scope. And so I don't know what the answer on that one is, but I'm just trying to get hope that we can get an idea of the geographic scope. And so right now, the broadest scope is all the properties south of 29. And there's just seems to be a difference of opinion as to how broad that is.
All right, so how about?
Is that Deputy Mayor Weicker? Yes.
Yeah, so just to take us up a level, if we're not ready to talk about 77th, can we at least talk about 80th? If the problem we're trying to solve is to preserve retail, there's not a whole lot to preserve on 80th. Can we take that as a start out of the geography of this moratorium? Can we all agree on that at least, maybe to save our staff some work and the consultants some money?
Isn't there a retail on 80th now?
Yeah, there are a bunch of, lights knowing you and tutoring and nannying and I don't remember what else, chiropractors. I mean, that whole strip on 80th, right? If that gets redeveloped,
we would require retail up there on 80th, which already is mostly residential, but some commercial. And so we would essentially, if we required retail up and down 80th on both sides, as things change, that would also be a retail core down the road. So I'm inclined to at least take 80th out of this. Again, I'd like to focus on 70th where we have existing retail. And as we talk about retail and building, you know, maybe we should talk about heights eventually, but for now, can we at least limit the geography to 80th as we contemplate 70th and think about what is the problem we're trying to solve? Is it to preserve retail or expand retail, remembering about the math for what it takes to actually build this and provide parking for retail?
So I'm sorry, if 80th were redeveloped today, where would retail be required?
Well, if it's in this moratorium, it would be required anywhere it gets built, right?
No, that doesn't answer the question. What would the current development regulations require?
I'm pulling it up right now, Councilmember. Bear with me for 2 moments. I do not believe there's any retail required south of Southeast 29th on 80th or otherwise. And I'm just confirming that as I say it.
I think that's right.
That, pardon me, Council.
So I guess, I mean, at this point, and again, we're just trying to provide staff some direction. We seem to be all over the place in terms of geography. And so, again, trying to narrow it down.
My hand's up, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would appreciate hearing from the city manager in how narrowing it or not narrowing it, whether there are advantages to her administration of the city or not. And to move the ball off of dead center, I would move that we direct staff to come back with an amendment to ordinance number 20-12, which narrows the scope of it to 29th south to the park and east from 77th, the east side of 77th, over to 80th.
Second.
So you would include all 80th?
Well, it's presently included.
Yeah, well.
Yes, I wouldn't cut that out at the moment.
Okay.
Because there is retail over there.
Right.
And it's all on the west side, and they're east side of 80th, north of 29th, so never
Can
mind.
I offer a friendly amendment to the west side of 80th?
I'm sorry.
So east side of 77th, west side of 80th, limit the scope to that geography?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, there's housing on the other side.
Right, so let's be clear.
And then Councilmember Jacobson, I'm sorry, what did you say with respect to 77th? Is all of 77th included in your motion or just the east side?
East of 70, the east side of 77th, east to the west side of 80th.
Got it.
And I will amend my motion to so state.
Okay.
I'll amend my second.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion.
Can I speak to the motion?
One second, just want to make sure the city clerk has it down.
Thank you. I think for the sake of simplicity, as long as both parties agree to this, we're not really amending, we're just settling on the motion itself. So what I have is a motion by Jacobson, a second by Neese to direct staff to return with an ordinance revising the moratorium to include 29th south of the park and east side of 77th over to the west side of 80th. Did I miss something?
Yeah, that it's south of 29th to the park.
Okay, south of 29th to the park. Thank you.
And I think it should be east side of 77th to the west side of 80th inclusive. That way I think we're clear on what we're talking about.
Okay, so one more time, so we're all on the same page.
And Council, before you embark on
further edits. I would just note that south to the park, I think it's unnecessary because you want to cover basically the town center zone, right, south of 29th, and it will automatically end where it ends when it hits Mercerdale Park. So,
or south to 32nd. That defines it.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
So do we want to hash out that language just to put a fork in it? It's south of 29th to the town center boundary.
Right.
And it's
fine.
And
That's
it's
fine.
east side of 77th to the west side of 80th.
Inclusive. Okay.
So, Mr. Park, is that agreeable
that
to you?
Yes, that defines precisely where the moratorium would be.
Okay. And so in speaking to the motion, I wanted to give Councilmember Rosenbaum my experience with this, which is that this was a protective measure to help existing affordable retail remain when zoning didn't require it to remain. So by putting the moratorium in place and by allocating resources to hire a consultant to look at the capacity of town center to carry retail in a broader area than what was required under the existing town center code, you're in essence protecting those businesses that have been here for a long, long time. Island Books, the flower shop, the cafes, the restaurants, these businesses that are in dated and retail developments that are susceptible to be redeveloped into multifamily needed the protection of the moratorium while we considered whether that made sense. There is no current affordable retail in the farmer's site. That doesn't exist. So we're not, by including them in this moratorium, we're not protecting anything that we set out to protect. If we're setting out to protect our bookstore, we have accomplished that goal with what we're talking about tonight. But we are not accomplishing that by forcing the farmer's property into the moratorium beyond tonight. And that's why I don't support it. It's stifling development in an area where I think diversity of housing is more important than forcing a retail requirement where one never existed. I did receive one email tonight that said there used to be a bowling alley there. That is not retail, that is entertainment. And just because it used to be there, we had a lumberyard right in the middle of town center. It's now in West Seattle. It may not be there for long. Just because it was doesn't mean it is. And I think that housing diversity, just as you commented about your parents looking for something that they could step into that wasn't a senior assisted living, but was something that they could cope with, to me makes the most sense, especially if it could be a condominium type asset where it could be owner occupied. So I'll just leave you with that. And I guess this is your first opportunity to leave a mark in the history of Mercer Island, because this vote comes down to you.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, it's linked to your point. It's not so much a question of, I think, it makes sense. The question for me is just how much more information we want, but I think I'm inclined to stick with my guns here and go with my original intention, which was to support Jake's motion.
Okay. Councilmember, actually Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I support Jake's motion. I think we have a lot of retail north of 29th too that we should also remember is there, and it's important to make sure we have the continuity as we review this moratorium going forward, that we remember all of the retail we have and the limited residential variety that we have. So I'm in favor of limiting the scope to the geography that we set out, and looking forward to having the next discussion about what else we should contemplate in the moratorium. So thank you, Jake, for your recommendation.
Okay, before calling for a vote on the motion, Councilmember Anderall.
I just wanted to, I think that Dave had asked to hear from the city manager, and I don't think we've had a chance to do that. I'd also like, if she has any comments one way or the other, to hear from.
I was happy to hear from Jesse, but I think that was Jake that asked.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever.
I believe the question was, would simplifying the scope of the moratorium make our work easier? And, the answer, I'll be frank, is of course, yes. the more clarity that you can provide as we head into the fall and embark on, hiring a consultant will help us. I'm not going to weigh in on this argument. I think it's inappropriate for me to do so. But just a reminder, this is an iterative process. This isn't your only opportunity. We may receive information later that would also warrant us reconsidering the scope of the moratorium. As Evan noted, you have flexibility to amend the ordinance as we go forward.
Great.
I will also
Thank you.
say, doing the upfront work now as a council and wrestling down the scope is really exactly what we need you to do. We aren't going to be out for a consultant RFP until the end of August, early September. So we have this meeting and the next one for discussion, and I thank you for diving into it tonight.
Great, thank you. City Clerk, I think we've had a great discussion. I'd like for you to call the roll.
Member Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl?
Nay.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. In addition to the geographic area, Director Maxim also and the staff are looking for direction in terms of the scope or what the development regulations. We initially talked in terms of just retail frontage, but if folks have a desire to look at other aspects of the town center, I'd like to have people start sharing their views. We have Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So I'll just start by saying that I think requiring retail in a 3-story building where there isn't some raises some questions about feasibility. And I think we should consider height as well as traffic flow as we consider how retail frontage impacts actual ability to build the thing and what that would mean for parking requirements and how that works with the flow of traffic in our town center.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Sorry, I had that up from before.
Oh, okay. Any other comments regarding the scope of beyond retail frontage issues? Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, a couple of things, and I think I generally agree with Deputy Mayor Weicker here. We have some issues we're trying to address here. I think it's important to keep our eye on the ball. And to me, the prime issue to address right now is preservation or creation of a hospitable environment for retail on the island. And to her point, we can mandate retail, but if we do it in a way that it's not economically viable, we're not going to get retail. We're just going to get stagnation. And I think it's very important to, if we're going to look at this, do it right and have a broad scope and go in with an open mind and think about height, think about parking requirements, think about frontage requirements, think about sign regulations, think about anything that affects the hospitability or feasibility of retail on the island. And I think all of that should effectively be in scope if we're going to do it right and create the possibility of really having some cost-effective, viable commercial development of retail on the island.
Okay. Anybody else with a comment on this issue?
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Evan.
Thank you, sir. To clarify, part of the discussion here will inform the staff work both in terms of scoping the proposed code amendment and developing findings of fact for further council review. So I say this because I think the council may also want to speak as to is your intent to preserve existing retail, for example, along the 78th corridor, which I believe I heard earlier in your conversation? Looking for consensus around that. If there's consensus around also reviewing parking requirements, height requirements, this would be valuable input to staff. If there's an additional concern that you have not articulated, this would be useful for the staff.
Is it possible for you to talk in general terms about the amount of time? I mean, if we actually look at issues of building height, parking, and what have you, I mean, what's the length in time in terms of the process? I mean, we're looking at potentially hiring a consultant later this year. This could be something that's before the Planning Commission for quite a period of time.
Yes, Mayor, that's a fair statement. Certainly the broader the scope of the amendment, I think the more involved the consultant work, the staff work, the Planning Commission work, the community engagement should be. As I have understood the City Council discussion to date, there's a desire to change the location of retail requirement in the town center south of 29th. That amendment will require a comprehensive plan amendment as well, because we have a map in our comprehensive plan amendment, or in our comprehensive plan, pardon me, that specifies the location of retail space. City Council should recall that we can amend the comprehensive plan once a year. So this was something we would expect to be part of the 2021 comprehensive plan docket that you will see a bit later this fall, likely in October. So at present, if I were forecasting timeline for the code amendment, it will likely at soonest take effect sometime late 2021 as part of that comprehensive plan amendment review cycle. So really what we're talking about in terms of scope is the scope of work for the Planning Commission, city staff, City Council, and consultant between now and late 2021. We're not talking so much about timeline, unless you expand your scope quite significantly, in which case you may end up pushing this into a multi-year project.
And so would the moratorium have to be in effect during the entire time, I assume?
The moratorium, that's at the council's discretion, whether or not you maintain a moratorium for the full duration of that period. If you decide that the moratorium should lapse after its current 6-month period, then a development permit that came in while no moratorium was in effect would be subject to current regulations.
Okay.
So most commonly, Mayor, city councils keep the moratorium in effect until the new regulations take effect. That's not always how it happens.
Right, okay. Deputy Mayor Wyke, your hand is up. Okay, Councilmember Neese.
So I wanted to just ask Evan, the existing zoning, is it 1-story or is it 2-story just intrinsically in that area of town center?
In that area of town center, the land use designation is TC3, which allows for a maximum height of 3 stories or 39 feet.
And so if a retail requirement were added, they would have the 3 stories, but then require some level of retail on the ground floor, conceivably, whatever we come up with. But if we were to go 4 stories or 5 stories with a retail requirement, how would that protect existing single-story retail? Can you?
I don't know that it would, Councilmember. I don't believe I've made that statement.
So maybe Wendy or Craig, can you explain to me how adding height beyond 3 stories becomes then an incentive for retail?
So I'm not a builder, but it's my understanding with the 3-story building, if one of the stories, the ground floor is retail and you need parking, that it doesn't pencil out economically. And that's what our consultant could probably tell us, but the math doesn't work, certainly if you have retail on a corner as well. So Jake could probably tell us more, but I had a question actually, Evan. would this consultant look at all of our retail as they consider the moratorium work, or is that something we would have to add to the scope?
I think part of what we're doing tonight is actually informing the staff's development of the scope of work for the consultant and your findings. So let me approach this a different way, Deputy Mayor. If the direction from the City Council tonight is to focus on requiring retail south of Southeast 29th in the I would expect that the city would retain an economic development consultant who would speak to the economics around requiring that retail frontage. To do that, that consultant will likely need to evaluate the viability of retail on the island and in town center and compare that to the cost of redevelopment on one of these properties. So for example, if we look at the Rite Aid site, that currently is developed primarily with retail space, at least based on my observation. I would expect that the consultant would provide you some information about the viability of requiring retail up there as part of new construction. And that might then inform the question of, again, depending on the scope the council provides tonight, is retail space required as part of new construction in a 3-story building going to be economically viable for a developer or not? If it's not, what you may effectively do is end up maintaining the status quo of that Rite Aid space as currently developed. Does this answer your question, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, and just to elaborate, so the consultant would look at that in relation to Walgreens, right? Because Walgreens, right. TC5 has retail required, so when that redevelops, we'll have all of that retail.
And that's what I would anticipate, Deputy Mayor. The question of retail and the economic viability should really be looked at in context of economic vitality on Mercer Island and the competition for retail space.
In the entire town center, great, okay.
Yes.
So Evan, if I heard you right, it doesn't sound like we really need to, for instance, talk about looking at building height. Maybe the way to go is have the consultant come in, do the analysis as far as retail frontage and what have you. And he may or she may come to the conclusion that it won't pencil in unless you go 4 stories and 5 stories, at which time the council has a decision to make whether or not it wants to go that route. But I don't think we need to make that call right now, do we? I mean, I don't.
No, Mayor, I don't think you need to necessarily answer that question at the moment. I'll note there's a policy implication there, which is perhaps the intent of the moratorium is to really preserve existing retail space in its current configuration. And if that were the case, your policy choice at a later date would be to retain the existing zoning but require retail, which may have the effect of preserving existing retail space. Or if the council's intent is to create new retail on the island to replace the retail space, you may have a situation where additional height would make sense from an economic redevelopment standpoint, where really providing additional retail space would only make sense when you're looking at a multi-story building above 3 stories. Does this make sense here?
Yeah.
And this is what the consultant should be able to inform you. Tonight, really the scope is, if the goal for the council is to preserve existing retail space, that's valuable information for your staff moving forward. If the question is more broad, providing retail space in town center in general, that is also valuable information for your staff moving forward.
City Manager?
This is a bit of an aside, but I think it's important that I mention when we come back to you, likely in the September timeframe, to discuss or confirm the consultant's scope of work, I will also need to identify a funding source for this project. And so just something to keep in mind as you're deliberating the scope, what work is really critical for us to do now? Is there work that could be a future phase? I don't know. I'm just thinking about our resource levels and that I have not identified a funding source at this point. I will be, working with the finance director and certainly the planning staff to identify areas where we may have potential savings. But that is a concern of mine, and we'll revisit that with you in September. I just needed to provide that reminder.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Responding to a couple of things that Director Maxim and Councilmember Neese said, I don't know, I don't pretend to know whether retail is viable at the 3-story level or not. I've heard some speculation that perhaps it's not, and I think that's why we bring the experts in to tell us the answer to that question. I do know that I don't want to presuppose an answer to that and therefore tie our hands. And effectively, if the outcome of that hand tying is that we mandate retail and don't allow more 3 stories, and that's not economically viable, effectively what we're saying is the land can't change from the current use. And I think a vibrant, dynamic downtown, town center has to have the ability to change over time. We don't want the Mercer Island Town Center of 100 years from now to look exactly identical to the one now. And I don't want to trap us into that. Not that there's anything necessarily wrong with what it is now, but it has to have the opportunity to grow and adapt and change. So that's why I want to make sure this is in scope. And I think to Evan's point, the charge that I would give, if it were up to me, would be the 2-part charge of both preserve opportunities for preserve existing retail space, but also to grow retail space. And I'd like to look to the consultant that we bring in, say, okay, is growing retail space a viable goal? Is there any way where it could be done and where people would want to fill it? And I hope the answer to that is yes, but I don't know. And secondly, if it can be done, what are the best development rules and regulations and policies and procedures and comp plan amendments that will best support that? And that's what I would be supportive of.
Any other comments? I will support you, Councilmember Reynolds. I think that's probably the direction I would like to see. I mean, not only just preservation, but just to see whether or not expanding retail is possible, and then if so, what conditions need to be present. And again, I don't pretend to know what that might mean, and that's why we would have a consultant. I don't know if anybody wants to weigh in or whether or not that might give direction to our staff. I don't see anybody's hand raised, so Evan, does that give some direction in terms?
It does, Mayor Wong. Thank you very much. I believe our next steps, do you mind if I share a slide or two further on the subject before?
Okay, please.
One moment, Councilmember. So looking at our next steps, Mayor, City Council, of course, we do have both an amendment to the moratorium that you should expect to see back and draft findings of fact for adoption. These are not static things. So again, as the City Council continues its review of the subject, you can both amend the moratorium further and your findings of fact and direction to the city staff around scope of work. Eventually, the city does anticipate that we'll be retaining the consultant, as the city manager noted, preparing our scope of work, and then taking this amendment to the Planning Commission for their review. As it currently stands, I do anticipate they will need to review both a comprehensive plan amendment and a code amendment. There is a public hearing involved with both, with City Council action, of course, at the end. We did have a council member question related to why a comprehensive plan amendment was required. I believe I touched on this a moment ago, but it's actually the location of the retail space is specified in our land use element of the comprehensive plan to ensure consistency between both the development regulations and the comprehensive plan. We should amend both at the same time. With that, City Council, Mayor, I have nothing further to present unless you have questions for me.
As long as you have enough, you and as city manager, you have direction enough. Deputy Mayor Weicker, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Evan, can you just reiterate what you think the scope of work is? I'm not clear. Is it to preserve retail or expand it or both? Can you just nutshell what you're going to ask the consultant to do?
So, Deputy Mayor, based on the conversation tonight, I have understood that the primary focus of the retail discussion is likely around the 78th corridor as defined by the revised bounds of the moratorium area described by the City Council. I have heard council comments that we should preserve our options around retail space for the time being until we have further information from our economic development consultant. Preserving options meaning both considering protecting existing retail space and the economic statistics, if you will, around creating new retail space. So this preserves your options as you move forward. It does provide for a broader scope into the city manager's comment that may then turn into a budget request that the council will need to further refine at a later date.
Mr. Mayor, I just also
Go
want
ahead.
to make a comment here. Actually, today is Evan's last regular day in the office. So we've been working behind the scenes to transition work to both Patrick and Allison. BO Park is involved in this as well, and perhaps outside legal counsel as we go forward, depending on other priorities. So we have a plan to transition to interim, and then we are, as you know, working on recruiting for a new planning director. So I just wanted to reassure you that there will be some new faces joining this conversation as we go forward, and there are many of us involved behind the scenes.
Great, thank you. Evan, again, I thank you for your service and for your time here and your work on behalf of the CPD, and so much appreciated. And so, again, City Manager, you have enough direction, you believe, to go forward on this matter? Okay. All right, we've been at it for 2.5 hours. I don't know if people need a break at this point. Yes, can we go with a 10-minute break? Is that okay? Be back here at, well, actually, let's get back here at 8:10, okay?
Mayor Wong, we are live.
Okay, great. The second item of regular business tonight is Agenda Bill 5727, the YFS Foundation donation acceptance and YFS fund update. And for that, we welcome Police Chief Ed Holmes and YFS Clinic Supervisor Derek Franklin.
Sure. And just before the chief jumps in here, I will mention we have a brief staff presentation, and then I believe Jody Chris is with us this evening from the YFS Foundation, and we will also invite her to provide some comments.
Great.
With that, Chief?
Yes, okay, good evening. Ed Holmes, your police chief. And tonight I'm going to talk to you about a very generous donation from the YFS Foundation to the YFS, or to the city for the YFS department. Matt Mornick is going to give you a brief overview of the YFS fund forecast. Derek Franklin will talk about recommendations that the working group has made as far as using that money for the rest of this year. Then we'll talk about recommendations, what to do with the rest of that money. And as City Manager Bond said, we will also have Jody Chris here with us. I am going to work on sharing my screen here. And if I could get a verbal indication that the screen is up and working, I'll proceed.
It is.
Okay, great. I'll start by way of just a very brief background. May of 2020, there was a YFS working group that was formed. It consisted of Deputy Mayor Weicker and council members Neese and Andro, and YFS Foundation board members Chris, Oberto, and Werner. Also involved were some city staff members, and really the discussions of that working group, which met several times, really was focused on short-term and long-term funding options for YFS. The group also discussed options for the foundation's relatively recent donations. And speaking of that, on June 11 of 2020, the city received a letter from the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Foundation. It stated that the community members, nonprofit partners, local businesses, they had all donated funds to the foundation to support YFS. And they were offering the city up to about $815,000. So $617 of that was offered without condition, and $198 was offered with a condition that the city provide a match. As we talk about that a little further, I want to first move over to Matt Mornick, our interim finance director, to speak to the YFS fund for just a little bit of background, and then Derek Franklin will talk about the recommendations of this money. So Matt.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Council. Matt Mornick, your interim finance director. I'm going to go through about 4 slides this evening to give you a high-level overview of the Youth and Family Services Fund, its current status, and what we're estimating will happen with the fund through the end of the year. There was a significant body of work that took place this spring to address the immediate impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. So after phase 1 and phase 2 cost-saving measures that Council implemented in May and June, at this point in time, we are anticipating, could you go back 1 slide for me, Chief? That expenses are going to outpace revenues by $783,000. Okay, next slide. At the beginning of the year, the YFS fund was forecasted to bring in $3.3 million in revenues. After the pandemic hit in March, staff has revised our estimates, and we're projecting that the fund will bring in $1.2 million in revenue. And that is primarily due to the closure of the thrift shop. The thrift shop is slated to bring in about $355,000 of revenue, which is notably lower than the nearly $2 million that it was going to bring in pre-COVID. Next slide, please. Once the revenue shortfall became abundantly clear, council and staff had worked hard to address the revenue shortfall and cut expenses. And so we reduced staffing levels while putting emphasis on prioritizing services that have been deemed critical during the pandemic. So that include school counseling services, senior services, and emergency assistance support. Council also redirected one-time employee cash outs and unemployment costs to separate reserves to further stabilize the fund. And so taking into account all of the work we have done to date the fund is still in a situation where expenses are outpacing revenues. Next slide. And so this is a high-level, simplified version of Exhibit 2 of the agenda bill that you received for this item this evening. And what I'd like to draw your attention to is the unrestricted fund balance, which is at the bottom of this chart, and how it is being drawn down through the fiscal year. In January, the fund started to draw down on the appropriated fund balance, that $177,000. And these dollars were designated by council to pay for restoring elementary school counselors in the 2019 and 2020 budget. And you can see that $177,000 being drawn down into March, which is simultaneously when the pandemic hit. At that point, the fund needed to stabilize and used the unappropriated fund balance of $329,000 to stabilize given the loss of thrift store revenues. And on June 2nd, council retroactively approved the action to use those resources and simultaneously committed $250,000 of contingency funds to stabilize the YFS fund through August, which is when staff was forecasting that the fund would go negative. And so you can see how these dollars play out. And we are estimating after November, the fund will go negative. We will run out of resources. In September, I will return to council with a revenue forecast that has a little bit more, a significant amount more of information behind it. At that point, we will have second quarter actuals, financial data for April, May, and June. And that's really important because we'll be able to see what the city's revenues are actually doing in a post-COVID-19 world and get a sense of what this new normal may look like for the rest of the year and into the 21-22 biennial budget process. So later in the fall, we will have a recommendation on how to address the year-end negative fund balance for the Youth and Family Services. But the purpose for council this evening is to accept one-time dollars from the foundation to restore ongoing services above and beyond the current levels through the end of the 2020 fiscal year. And so for that recommendation, I'll hand it off to our colleague, Derek Franklin.
Great, thanks, Matt. Members of the council, Derek Franklin, Clinical Supervisor, Department of Youth and Family Services. This next slide, slide number 8, describes the recommended partial YFS service restorations, as the chief said, from September through December this year, after the previous COVID-related cost-saving measures. And given the recent generous offer of donation by the MIYFS Foundation, to arrive at these recommendations, there were first several levels of input and deliberations. First, YFS staff and city leaders met internally as a team to discuss how we would approach this. And then, as the chief said, the YFS working group met. These current recommendations, given the significant restrictions of current budget realities, reflect a restoration of a select group of YFS service levels designed to maximize our ability to provide services to the most vulnerable community members and to those with the highest needs, with special consideration given to the risk related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The results of those deliberations and recommendations are before you. The 4R1, reinstate the 2 elementary school counselors at the furloughed level of 28 hours per week, bringing the total number of school counselors back to 7. Second, then restore all those 7 school counselors from a furloughed rate of 28 hours per week up to a less furloughed rate of 32 hours per week. So up to 4 days, not fully back to 5. Number 3, reinstate 1 part-time administrative assistant to the department. And then 4, restore to full-time again the senior individual and family therapist. And with that, I can pivot it back to the chief to describe the recommended action for council.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And the recommended council action here is to authorize the city manager to accept that $102,000 from the YFS Foundation to restore the services as Derek had just described for the remainder of 2020. If you're wondering about the remaining $700 and some thousand, the YFS working group is recommending that we hang on to that, or the foundation hangs on to that, essentially to use to stabilize the YFS fund in 2021. So for this year, for the remainder of this year, we're just looking at restoring the services as per the YFS working group's recommendation that Derek just described, and then authorizing the acceptance of the $102,000. I can also open this up to Jody Chris, the former president of the foundation. Jody, if you have any comments to add, they'd be welcome at this point.
Chief, would you mind stopping your screen share now?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So this is really just a gratitude chain to a whole bunch of people. I'm Jody Chris, and I'm speaking on behalf of the MIYFS Foundation. If you are an Island resident and you're unfamiliar with the foundation, we are a 501c3 nonprofit that exclusively raises funds for the YFS department. Islanders came together in the 1980s to form the foundation, and it's been supporting YFS services ever since then. The foundation board wants to extend its extreme gratitude for all in the community who responded to our 2019 year-end campaign, our 2020 end campaign. The outpouring of dollars and support for the YFS department was genuinely astounding. That enabled us to give a rather large offer to the city to help stabilize services and, importantly, bring back some of the most critical to help Islanders when they're most in need. Your dollars enabled us to fund the restoration of our beloved school counselors, so every school has a touch point if kids are feeling a little lost, especially in these strange times. And we thank the city and the council for its enduring partnership with the foundation. Together, we really are able to accomplish extraordinary things in providing services to our community. I do want to raise a cautionary note. While we had all of this great success in fundraising, you've heard about the shortfalls that lie ahead of us, and we can't stop now. So if you are a donor or you'd like to become a donor, here are some ways you can help that no Islander is left behind. If you can, please continue to donate on a regular basis. No donation is too small, and monthly regular donations help a lot for stability. Remember, we need to make up for the thrift shop revenue, not knowing when they are going to be able to come up to full test. Consider volunteering for foundation events. We have a great Christmas tree lot later this year that brings in a lot of money. If you're willing to come sling trees, come sling trees. If you're willing to just tell your neighbors to come buy trees, all those profits go to YFS services. There's also opportunities to volunteer for our annual breakfast and to serve on a committee. Really, all hands on deck is always welcome. Make sure your friends and neighbors know about the quality YFS services that are available to every Islander on our island. The full suite of services relies on private donations, and our current supporters are the best ambassadors to spread the word. And last, we're working with the city to really try to hone in on some sustainable revenue streams for the department long term. We welcome your ideas. You can contact any YFS Foundation board member, and we will make sure that any and all suggestions come before the working group as we establish a steady path forward. But in the meantime, I'm proud to live on Mercer Island because it is a community that really cares. We thank you for all of your donations, your advocacy, and your investment in the well-being of every Islander. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that is our presentation, and Mayor, I put it back to you for questions. You're on mute, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I am muted. Sorry. Just wanted to thank Jody and the foundation for all their work and also the members of the YFS group for all their time and energy so far. But there is work to be done. And Councilmember Rosenbaum, you had your hand up first.
Sure. Thank you, Jody. I want to thank you and the whole team at the foundation for all your hard work, not only in the last few months during the pandemic, but always just to make sure to all the work you do, make sure that this department stays afloat. I look forward to slinging Christmas trees as part of the sale. I'll admit I've never done that, but you can put me down for a volunteer shift. Chief, questions for you in the department. And I want to be careful to not to stray too far on the personnel here, but obviously we're upping some hours, and it sounds like we're bringing people back from furlough. Do we have an indication that A, they're willing to come back at this level? Is that has been discussed? I just want to make sure we're not appropriating something that's not going to work. Once we kind of go around here.
Yeah, so Councilmember Rosenbaum, I'm going to take that question. It really does stray into personnel issues that aren't appropriate for a policy discussion.
Okay.
I will tell you that we will be working on filling the vacancies if the council approves the funding this evening. I can't speak to the individuals. I'm sorry.
So my only ask would be that if there's, some mitigating circumstances here that additional funding might be necessary, just please keep us informed as quick as possible, because worst case scenario here is we're not able to bring someone in, for, sort of a small difference here or there.
We do believe that we'll be able to meet the service levels that we just described.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neese.
I just wanted to add, well, first I'll start with thanks. Having worked on the subcommittee and working with the foundation, with the city staff, it's been a lot of work to try and navigate the best path forward. And we do think that this is the best path forward for us right now. I wanted to clarify the acceptance of the 100-odd thousand and then leaving the dry powder for the next biennium. We can't grapple with that issue as the next biennium budget doesn't exist. There is no place to put those funds. So while we have obviously a very generous Mercer Island public that's donated the funds to the foundation, and we have a very cooperative and generous foundation looking to give those funds to the city, we won't have a place to put those funds until the council gets to work when they can on developing the 21-22 biennium budget. And that won't be, I guess, until this fall. So maybe that adds some clarity for the public that's saying, council, take the money and run. There's just not a place to put it right now, but we have utmost faith that that money will be directed towards those resources when there's a place to direct it towards those resources.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Reynolds.
A couple of things, and Councilmember Neese's comments perhaps partially addressed my question, but I'll try to refine it a little bit. The first part is we're going up to 32 hours a week for the 7 counselors. From what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were 40 hours before. And I'd just like somebody to comment on what the service level implications are of shrinking from 40 to 32. Presumably they weren't sitting on their thumbs for the other 8 hours a week. So what won't happen now with the reduced staff? And related to that is did the work group consider going back up to 40 hours? And obviously I understand that Councilmember Neese's comment, we need to keep some powder for the next year. How did they decide to draw the line at 32 and not 24 or 36? I'd just like to get some insight on that. The second and related comment is the task force, I believe, was looking at short-term and long-term. And I think what I'm hearing said is you've effectively decided you can't really look at long-term because you don't really know what the budget situation is for next year. And if you could just confirm that. And I wonder also if you've gotten it all into discussing broader, longer-term topics, such as a dedicated YFS levy or any other sort of action.
I will certainly welcome comments from the YFS working group members. I will mention Councilmember Reynolds that we didn't necessarily dive into the long-term conversation yet. We were managing crisis decision-making first, which is stabilizing services for 2020. One of our goals looking ahead is because of the way the school year falls, it doesn't follow our budget calendar, that the service level we set in September, that we can maintain it through June. So that's part of the reason that you see only a partial restoration recommended. The other thing, and I'll ask Derek to chime in here, is We're still operating under pandemic times. I'm not hearing full-time back in school right now based on everything I'm hearing. And so that does change the operating environment for our mental health counselors. So this seemed like a reasonable level of service standard to set for this school year. Derek, I apologize. I probably just stole some of your thunder, but please chime in.
Happy to yield my thunder anytime, City Manager. No, that's absolutely correct. The school staff right now have made a full pivot to complete virtual telemental health care for students in the school district. At first, it took some time for students and our staff to adapt. We feel like by the end of the year, they're fully up to speed, both students and families reaching out and accessing mental health care virtually, and our staff filling their calendars back up. So it really is, as the city manager noted, a fiscal issue. We feel like there's full-time work to be done. At the same time, we'll be pivoting when the school year starts. There's still many questions about what that will look like and start virtually. We feel like the staff have a lot of work to do, and I think starting with 4 days a week, but all 7 staff back gives us a strong foothold for moving forward. And of course, as your interim finance director mentioned, the next biennium budget will be in play coming up over the next few months during planning.
So the YFS working group continues. And I do, if I didn't say this already, Councilmember Reynolds, we certainly have touched on a levy. We have not, really delved into that much beyond just an initial conversation.
That's all very helpful, and I apologize if I gave the impression that I'm expecting to solve all problems now. I realize it's not viable or practical, but just helps me to understand the thinking. And on that topic, one quick follow-up. From what I understand, we're talking about 7 counselors at 80% time, so that's the equivalent of 5.6 full-time counselors. What's the thinking on having 7 part-time runs rather than 6 or 5 full-time ones?
It really has to do with school coverage. Derek, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you. It does relate to having one mental health person in every school. There's an inherent benefit we found over the years about the relationships that develop. Each school counselor also is responsible for connecting with the administration in that school building. And so we found that splitting people up like we were forced to do this we ended the school year with a furloughed elementary school counselor covering 2 schools. The amount of time it took did not seem to run the cost benefit numbers correctly for us in terms of needing to connect with administrators and other folks and teachers. There wasn't enough time left, we felt, for the more important work we think of working directly with the kids. So that's really what it came down to, Councilmember Reynolds.
That makes sense. Thank you. And there's obviously some cost inefficiencies with fixed costs, but I guess concluded it's worth it.
Sure.
Thank you.
I just want to point out, I've been joined by 3 council members on the YFS working group, and I wanted to see if anyone else had comments. Deputy Mayor Weicker, Councilmember Anderl.
Deputy Mayor Weicker has her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you everybody for working so hard to get this done just in time with schools starting shortly and families in the school district still not sure what that looks like given this ongoing, endless, frustrating pandemic. The enormous stress and anxiety and depression that our families and youth and kids are facing is unprecedented, and these counselors do an invaluable service. So thank you to Judy, Chris Warner, and Laura Alberto for being on this task force, Jesse for leading us, Ed, Derek, and Tamby for being great staff support and informers, and Salim and Lisa, this couldn't have happened without you, so thank you for your leadership on that and the ongoing discussions we need to have, because as Jody pointed out, this is just the beginning. We have a lot more work to do and a lot more funding to figure out, not just from the city, but from our community and perhaps our school district, but most importantly, figuring out the long-term solution, because we can't sustain this every 2-year budget cycle and endlessly need to look at that long-term solution. So I look forward to having that conversation, hopefully in January at our planning session with our community and with this council. So thank you all for your leadership in getting this done just in time for our families.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would just,
Councilmember Anderl.
Sorry, here's my hand up. I just wanted to say thank you as well. to everybody who participated in this. It's really great for the community that we can bring these resources back, and much appreciate all the work and time and fundraising.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum, you had your hand up, or was that? No. Okay, well, at this point, I'd certainly love to entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to accept $102,600 from the YFS Foundation to restore the services as previously described for the remainder of 2020.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Androl. City Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I stepped out for a moment.
Okay, if you can call the roll, as the motion was made by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Androl regarding the YFS acceptance.
I have Councilmember Jacobson.
No, Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Androl.
Oh,
Yes, I have that. I'm calling the roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Councilmember Jacobson. Thank you. Member Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Androl.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. The third item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5717, CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Funds Grant Acceptance. And we welcome Merrill Thomas Schott, who is the EOC Grants and Time Tracking Coordinator.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
First timer on this for a council meeting.
I just want to mention before Merrill dives in, some of you may recall Merrill was a member of our Parks and Recreation Department prior to the pandemic. She did a number of tasks, including facility scheduling. We transitioned her into a temporary role in the EOC, and she is really the person that Chief worries about all of the grants and the funding for the EOC. The volume of paperwork and rules and policies she's navigating is just incredible. She has been an anchor for us. So Merrill, thank you for stepping in and learning an entirely new job really fast this year. You're doing incredible work. And I will let you proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah, good evening. My name is Merrill Thomas Schott. At another time, I was a supervisor in the Parks and Rec Department, and I now work in the Grants and Time Tracking Unit of the EOC. My presentation tonight, I'm going to share my screen here, and we should be good to go. Can you all see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Presentation tonight will include a brief report on what the city's been up to with grants and tracking our work through the operations of the EOC, an overview of the Coronavirus Relief Funds Program, which is CARES funding as administered by the State Department of Commerce, a breakdown of eligible costs for reimbursement through the program, an explanation of Mercer Island's portion of these funds and our recommendation to council on how to allocate them, a summary of other grant funding and resources and activities, and then a little time for questions. So grants and time tracking work is housed under the logistics section of our emergency operations. I work closely with the finance team and emergency manager on our application strategy and tracking the details of our response. I work with the logistics team to maintain accurate records on supplies and expenses related to the city's pandemic response. And I work on maintaining and reconciling staff timesheets and activity logs for eventual reimbursement actions. And really a lot of the work we do now is to make sure we're prepared and we're keeping accurate records in order to react quickly when various funding sources become available. This is just an overview of the Coronavirus Relief Funds Program. It's federal stimulus funding provided by the Department of Treasury. The funds may only be used for costs incurred in the response to the coronavirus outbreak from March 1st through October 31st. And then we have until November 15th of this year to turn in our paperwork and to complete our reimbursement requests. According to the program guidelines, coronavirus relief funds may be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the pandemic and that are not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th, 2020. The next handful of slides will outline the eligible costs under the state's program. I won't go too much into detail. They're pretty straightforward, but you can ask questions about kind of how we're framing them at the end if you like. The first is medical expenses, such as our fire department responding to COVID-19 related calls or transports from our assisted living facilities to hospitals. The second, public health expenses, such as the protective gear and sanitizing supplies that we've collected and distributed, and the additional disinfection measures that we've taken both at city facilities and public facilities outside. The third eligible cost relates really to staff time dedicated to the pandemic response. Many of us, as Jesse mentioned, change roles completely to cover emergency operations, and other positions have shifted significantly in reaction to the pandemic. The fourth cost covers expenses of actions to facilitate compliance with COVID-19 related public health measures. And the last is expenses associated with the provision of economic support in connection with the COVID-19 response. So for a lot of cities, this is kind of small business support, grant pass-through funding to small businesses. Council and staff have decided not to dedicate CARES funds directly to small business grants, but the support of small business liaison position in the EOC, Sarah Bluvas, is a direct link from this program. Commerce provided this eligible cost test, which can be used to confirm whether an activity or cost will be successfully reimbursed. My understanding, and from the calls and information shared in our kind of partner cities and agencies, is that Commerce plans to be pretty flexible and accommodating in making their determination. But this is a really helpful tool, for us to look at costs that we're going to apply for reimbursement. In mid-May, we were notified that our portion of CARES funds would be $734,100. Sort of process-wise, the state has received our paperwork to initiate our contract. Once we are given direction from council tonight or in the future, we can sort of start organizing and turning in our activities and projects for reimbursement to the state. A quick note on contingency funds, and Matt can step in and help anytime if he has more details to share. Council's allocation of contingency funds on June 2nd occurred when the details of how the Department of Treasury would disperse CARES dollars was still being worked out. We estimate costs for staffing and supplying the city's emergency operations from March 5th through the end of the year at $842,000. So this sort of plan is, now that we know what our portion of that funds is that the city will utilize this $734,000 first. And then once those dollars are drawn down, the remaining $107,000 or so of anticipated emergency operations expenses to get us to the year end will be covered by the council's appropriation. This delays and reduces the amount taken from the contingency fund in June to support EOC operations. We're tracking and applying for additional grant funding resources in response to the pandemic. The FEMA public assistance process is a separate one, and that application is currently being developed too. And sort of the plan from tonight, the guidance from tonight will, inform our plan for FEMA. The city is eligible to receive approximately $37,000 through King County CARES Act funding, which is allocated specifically to support local businesses. And again, Sarah Bluvas is coordinating the use of those funds. So tonight, we're asking you to authorize the city manager to accept CARES Act coronavirus release funds from Washington State in the amount of $734,100. Appropriate the full amount to support the city's operation in response to the pandemic through the end of the year, December 31st. And now,
So move.
Go ahead, second.
Great. That was fast. So it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker.
No, Lisa.
It was me.
Oh, was it Lisa? I'm
called it.
sorry.
Yeah.
Seconded by Councilmember Anderall. Councilmember Jacobson, you made the motion. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Well, I don't, wait, be sure. I'm not sure I have to say anything about accepting money.
Okay.
I got to give good news tonight. It was
Great.
I agree. We have a long agenda. I'd say take the money and run, literally.
All right. Well, I will be asking if anybody has a question, and I don't see anybody. Well, Deputy Mayor Weicker, you have your.
Of course, you guys. First of all, thank you, Meryl, for all your hard work from day one of this pandemic. It's a far cry from Parks and Rec, and I know the tough job you had before, so I'm sure that prepared you for this work. And thank you for your ongoing work to try to secure more money to help us deal with this pandemic. So just want to say a huge thank you to you for everything you did from day one and all the work you're doing to kind of fly the plane while you're building it. So well done, and thank you, and amen, I approve.
Okay. Well, we have more hands raised. Councilmember Reynolds.
Sorry to be a party pooper here. Just want one quick clarification first. The $800 and some thousand of actual expenses. Remind me, is that the incurred to date, or is that the forecast for the costs through the end of the year?
right through the end of the year.
Through the end of the year. And are we still counting and tabulating so that if Congress were to pass round 4 or 5, whatever it is now, and allocate more money, are there more expenses we potentially have incurred that we could give relief for?
I mean, Jesse and Matt can speak to this too. You know, it's not over, so it feels a little funny to some of us that there are deadlines to you know, what we're applying for and what we're asking to be reimbursed for. But we've been aware of those deadlines, and I think between Zach's team in ordering supplies and Officer Franklin's expertise on how this could go, you know, we're pretty well prepared and in the planning stages to sustain this as we can.
It's kind of, you know, I guess it's coincidence, but it's amazingly fortuitous that the costs line up pretty well with the amount of money, and within $100,000 or so.
Well, let's talk about that. The CARES Act funding had very specific expenses that qualified for reimbursement. We have over and above costs that we have not factored into that are all being tracked and cataloged in an effort to receive FEMA reimbursement in the future. So I just want to be clear, there was even a portion of my time over the course of 8 weeks where I was working on nothing besides the pandemic. Technically, my salary is potentially eligible for FEMA reimbursement. So there's a whole body. Merrill manages all of this, tracking time cards and other expenses that didn't neatly fit into the CARES Act funding box, but would potentially be reimbursable through FEMA or other possibilities. I also will be, we don't know what's going to happen in 2021. Merrill makes a good point. The pandemic is not over. So we're probably, I feel very prepared. Merrill's position and the work she's doing, we're going to have to figure out how to sustain it because it is a voluminous effort to track all of this for the entire city.
Okay, thank you. Excellent work.
Thank you for the clarification, City Manager. And again, thank you, Merrill, for your presentation. We have a motion that's been seconded. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
This whole new order thing is catching me off guard. Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Enroll?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. The fourth item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5732, adoption of resolution number 1584, ending the proposed Mercer Island commuter parking mixed-use project. City Manager Jesse Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have a presentation this evening, but I do have a few notes I'll just run through quickly. As the mayor just mentioned, before you is resolution 1584. This resolution ends the Mercer Island commuter parking and mixed use project. It also directs me as the city manager to conclude the city's relationship with our project development partner, Main Street. We're working with under the MOU for this project. It also redirects the city to explore simpler options to develop the project site as a surface parking lot using Sound Transit settlement funds. Just a reminder, a little brief history. The city of Main Street entered into negotiations in good faith more than a year ago in response to a request for qualifications. After signing the MOU, City Council, it became apparent that the parties' approach, the city of Main Street to the commuter parking project, particularly regarding MICA as a project partner, were dramatically different. Based on the MOU, the city believed Main Street would more closely collaborate with MICA and give MICA an opportunity to become a project partner. Main Street read the MOU differently. Both the city and Main Street held these interpretations of the MOU in good faith. At this point, City Council, I need to inform you that we have reached an impasse with Main Street. On top of that, and really good timing here considering the item we were just discussing a moment ago, the COVID-19 pandemic happened, and it's intervened in a number of ways in city operations, including a pretty significant financial impact on the city. And just to put it succinctly, the city's budget priorities have dramatically changed. We have a limited budget and limited staff availability, and I'm not able to deliver this project. Given that, not only the challenges that occurred, almost immediately after post-MOU negotiations began, and considering the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the recommendation in this resolution is to end this project. I will just read to you quickly the motion. You do have it in your packet. It is to adopt resolution number 1584, confirming the end of the proposed Mercer Island commuter parking and mixed-use development project, and directing the city manager to conclude the city's relationship with Main Street under the MOU. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members?
I'll make
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, to adopt resolution number 1584.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
And Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. I take it we're still doing fine without a break. We're moving right along. The fifth item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5728, repeal of the multi-housing property tax exemption program. This is the second reading. And welcome back, Community Planning and Development Director, Evan Maxim.
Mayor, City Council, this is Evan Maxim, your Community Planning and Development Director. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation to run through this evening, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. Bear with me for one moment. Council, can you confirm that you can view my my PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, looks good.
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. So what I thought I'd do tonight is just follow up on some additional questions some questions that arose at the July 7th City Council meeting during your first reading. Primarily, I'm focusing on the property tax revenue reduction and the tax shift, and reprising that Hadley example that I presented to you originally on July 7th. intending to address some of the council member questions that were shared in advance of the meeting tonight. And then of course we have the staff recommendation and your motion.
Hey, Evan, just real quick, we're having that weird thing happen again where audio is cutting in and out. So I don't know, good karma to your computer or something.
I will give you a blown up view of my forehead when I get a little bit closer to my computer. I apologize in advance, council.
Thank you.
At least it's not shiny. Council, I'll direct your attention to the two tables that we included in the agenda bill for this evening. Those two tables are intended really to just illustrate how the tax revenue reduction occurs. You'll recall when I spoke to this on July 7th, I actually misrepresented the MFT program, and I apologize for that. After further research by our ARCH staff and by the city attorney, I think I have a better understanding of how that property tax shift occurs. Council, note that new tax revenue, so this is tax revenue associated with new construction, is essentially lost for the duration of the MFTE program for a participating project. So in the example that I provided in tables 1 and 2, you might have a simple new construction that would result in a tax revenue of $5,000. Table 1 reflects that $5,000 added into your property tax levy revenue. And table 2 reflects the deferment of that that $5,000 being added in until year 8. The difference in each row, the total of each row, is intended to reflect the difference in revenue to the city each year. I don't think that was worded very clearly in the agenda bill. Councilmember Reynolds, I believe you asked for clarification around that. You had suggested totaling the right-hand column of each table, and that would represent the difference between the two tables over the 10-year period. No, City Council, there's also a tax shift that occurs here. And really what happens is that on an existing site where there's an existing set of improvements, so in the hypothetical that I described immediately below table 2 in your packet, you might have hypothetically $2,000 of tax revenue coming in from the existing development prior to new construction occurring. The new construction would result in a $5,000 increase. The $2,000 that is shifted to property tax payment by other property tax payees on Mercer Island. The remaining dollar amount would be tax revenue that was lost. And so now I'm looking at page 3 of that agenda bill and the paragraph immediately below table 2. Moving on to how this works with the Hadley example. I did ask our ARCH staff to reprise that Hadley example. Again, please recall, City Council, this is purely hypothetical. The Hadley building did not participate in the MFT program and in fact would not have qualified as it was built. But I did ask our ARCH staff to reprise that analysis. They provided me with some very detailed Excel tables, which I have shared with the City Council. I have summarized them in this slide and in the agenda bill to really try and illustrate the high-level policy point. So if Hadley had participated in the 8-year MFT program, again, correcting my July 7th information, the owner savings would be approximately $610,000 per year, or approximately $4.2 million over the 8-year period of the program. Revenue reduction. So again, recall, this is the amount of revenue that would have been lost to the city for that 8-year period, would be approximately $160,000 per year, or approximately $1.2 million over the 8-year period. The tax shift, and this is a result of the relatively high property tax revenue that was coming from the Hadley site prior to the Hadley building construction. That shift would have been approximately $450,000 per year, or over the life of the program, $3.6 million. Again, I have the footnote here, but I do think this shift is larger, as I understand it, than is common on MFTE program sites. I'm relaying that based on information I've received from ARCH. On the benefit side, one of the items I failed to include in the July 7th presentation is actually the Hadley project provided 13 dwelling units, which would not have been enough in terms of just the number of affordable units to qualify for the affordable program. So they would have needed to create permanently 21 dwelling units that are affordable to qualify for the MFTE program. Those units would need to be affordable at 60% of King County median income. The public benefit here for the life of the project, so that with a 5% capitalization rate, is about $241,000 per unit, or approximately $5.1 million for the life of the project for all 21 units. I had a emailed question earlier today related to the impact fee waiver. This waiver is authorized under state law for impact fees, RCW 8202. Essentially, and it's also authorized by our city code for school, park, and traffic impact fees. To qualify for the impact fee waiver, the affordable units in the project must be affordable at 50% area median income. So this is lower than either the MFTE program or the affordable housing height bonus that we provide in town center. Only the affordable housing units are eligible for the reduction in impact fee. The market rate units, the commercial space that might be subject to impact fees, is not eligible. The waiver here, really the waiver is a reduction in the impact fee amount by 80%. And this may be used in conjunction with other affordability measures. So for example, of course, our building height incentive program and the MFTE program. So with that, City Council, I included in the agenda bill a staff recommendation, which is to consider repealing the MFTE program. And then at a future date, a comprehensive review of the city's affordable housing goals, policies, and programs. And then, of course, a copy of the motion that was included in your agenda bill. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Evan. We have a question from Councilmember Reynolds.
I actually have a question and a few comments. Can I do both at the same time? We're only doing questions at this point.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. Evan, can you put back up your slides for a second?
Bear with me for one moment, Councilmember.
I want to go back to, I think, what was slide 2, if I remember correctly, in your deck, the one that had the 610,000 figure and broke it down between tax shift and lost future revenue. Yeah, that one.
One, Councilmember.
Yep. I'm having a little trouble with some of the numbers here, if you'll bear with me. In that first hypothetical section, you've got 450,000 in tax shift and 160,000 in revenue reduction, which, if I'm doing my math right in my head, adds up to 610, which is on line 1. So that makes sense. You're breaking down the 610. But the next 2 lines, I would expect the 3.6 and the 1.2 in present value to add up to match line 1 as well. And they don't. So it seems like something is wrong there.
So I will admit, Councilmember Reynolds, I drafted the slide and I drafted the agenda bill, the 8 years. So what I did to generate the 1.2 and the 3.6 is the multiply the 160,000 by 8. And it is possible I've balled up the math.
Okay, so is the 4.2 million then? I'm guessing the 4.2 is actually a present value as opposed to just multiplied by 8, whereas the other 2 items are multiplied by 8. Is that?
Yes, pardon me. The 4.2 is present value. And that number I did receive directly from ARCH.
And do you know what discount rate they use to compute the present values?
For the public benefit, they used a 5% cap. Whether or not they used the same discount for the savings, I don't know.
Okay. I know you sent out the spreadsheet from them this afternoon. I tried to reproduce the numbers over the weekend, wasn't quite getting there, and I haven't had a chance to look at the new ones. But for what it's worth, as I look at this compared to what we saw last time we were seeing this looked like a hellaciously good deal for the developers, that the tax savings far exceeded the lost revenue income. And now what I'm seeing is it's more or less pretty close to break even. In fact, it's a losing deal for the developers, where they're getting 4.2 million in tax benefit and 5.1 million in lost rent. Is that a fair summary of the current situation?
Yeah, I do think there's a time component to this as well, Councilmember Reynolds. The cost savings, if you will, occur over an 8-year period. The lost rent may occur over the life of the building.
Right, but given that it's a present value, if the discount rate is computed appropriately, that should offset. So what I'm looking at on this is I'm saying, okay, relative to last time, 2 things have changed that are fundamentally driving that difference, I think. One is that we've gone from 13 units to 21 units, which makes the value of the rent subsidy higher. The second is to, instead of considering things over just an 8-year period, we're considering it over a lifetime period, and recognizing that, if I understand correctly, the tax saving is limited in time, but the rent savings goes forever. Is that correct?
It goes for the life of the building. That's
life of the building, which might be 30 years. Who knows? At some point, it's going to be torn down. Okay, so given that, it looks to me that we could characterize this as not a windfall for the developer, but rather approximately a break-even deal for the developer, and might be in this case, it's a slight loss for them. In other cases, it might be a slight win, depending on the characteristics of the building and you know how the affordable units, what the rent prices are in the building, and various other factors. So the argument that it's a money handout is just doesn't apply anymore. What I'm concerned about as I look at this and say, if we were to eliminate this, basically what we'd be doing is we'd be saying, we're eliminating this program on Mercer Island. It's a statewide program. I think some of the supplemental materials you show that there have been 424 other multifamily housing complexes across the state that had taken advantage of this program. So while it hasn't been used here, it has been used widely elsewhere. And it seems like basically what we're saying is, if you want to build affordable housing, Mercer Island is not the place to do it, because here you won't get the tax benefit. But if you build it in Bellevue or Renton or Kirkland or wherever else you like, you will get the tax benefit. And we're effectively hanging up a sign saying, we don't want affordable housing on Mercer Island. And I think that would be a major mistake. Now, we could argue that the program should perhaps be eliminated at the state level, and that's an argument that we can have with our state legislators. But us standing out to say we want to disadvantage ourselves for affordable housing relative to the next neighboring communities, I think is at least contrary to my goals, that there should be a housing available on the island for people of a range of different income levels. I also want to point out what I think is true, and you tell me if I'm missing the point on this, that $600,000 of savings or reduced tax revenue one way or another that would come to the city in the absence of this, that's total property tax. The city's share of that is only 11.6%. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Reynolds.
So from the city's perspective, we're giving up, let's see, 10% would be 61,000. So we're looking at 67,000 and change or something like that in tax revenue to the city, and 67,000 a year, and picking up $241,000 of rent savings for teachers, firefighters, police officers, city staff members, people who work in our grocery stores, people who work in our restaurants, et cetera. That to me is a clear win. And despite the discussions we had last time about saying, well, gee, we'd be better off just handing the people cash, That shows that from the city perspective, no, handing the people cash would be a much, 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 much worse deal for the city. So this is, from the city perspective, a very cost-effective way to provide affordable housing to the residents. Were a developer to take advantage of this. In this particular situation, presumably they wouldn't, but in other situations, given that there have been 424 around the state that have been built, I'm sure there are places where it does pencil out. So I'm going to argue pretty strongly against this repeal.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Andrew.
Okay, thanks. Evan, sorry, well, maybe you don't need to go back to the slides, but it looks like you're doing a present value on the $610,000 a year, but not doing a present value on the revenue reduction or the tax shift.
The parenthetical numbers, the 1.2 million and 3.6 million, I did not do a present value on.
But what if you did a present value? Okay, but wait a minute. So, but if you didn't do a present value on the owner savings, that would be more like 4.9 million, right? 610,000 times 8.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and if there really is the public benefit of 5.1 million, which okay, so some of the assumptions that are going into here is owner savings approximately $610,000 a year. Does that assume any property tax increases because of a higher assessed value?
No, this is keeping everything else equal. So,
okay, but so property values do go up every year pretty much, don't they?
Right. I did not include any kind of depreciation or increase in appraisals.
Okay. And the revenue reduction, the $160,000, tell me exactly what that is.
That is the amount of revenue that the city would have received for the new construction that it is losing on an annual basis, the 160. So actually,
okay, so I thought Councilmember Reynolds said something about it only being 67,000, but I see 160,000 here.
May I clarify, Councilmember Andrew?
Please.
I believe the 160,000 would represent the total property tax revenue that is lost. Of that 160,000, 11.6% is tax revenue that comes to the city. The remainder goes to the state, the county, the school districts, other agencies. So
okay.
Councilmember Reynolds a moment ago was applying the 11.6 to the 61, to the $600,000 figure. And actually the revenue loss to the city would be 11.6% of the $160,000 figure.
Okay. And then the tax shift, the $450,000 per year, who picks that up? Mercer Island residents or all the entire state?
The Mercer Island residents.
Okay. So Mercer Island residents are paying to make up almost all of the owner's savings. And Mercer Island itself is foregoing revenues that could be used for other public benefits or funding needs or budget needs. So just kind of trying to think through it. I'm personally not seeing the benefit, particularly since in the life of the program, nobody's used it. So I'm kind of there on that. What would be, if a developer were to agree to do the 50% affordable housing to qualify for impact fee waivers, how many units would have to be at the 50%?
The impact fees are paid on a per unit basis. So any unit that was at 50% would potentially qualify if it was also chasing the MFTE and the height allowance.
Okay. And I think I had asked, and I don't know if you had time to look into it, but did the Hadley qualify for impact fee waivers?
They did not receive the impact fee waivers, and I do not believe they would have qualified because those units are not affordable at 50%.
Okay.
So pardon me, council member, I didn't call it out explicitly when I addressed this slide a moment ago. I should have noted that the Hadley units are not affordable at 50%.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
So I was able to follow Councilmember Reynolds, and I understand if we were to keep following that math, the distinction is that in this scenario, to get that benefit that was just on the slide that we were looking at, you had to create 21 units at 60%. Is that right, Evan?
That's correct.
And the Hadley received a height incentive building 13 units at 70%. Is that also right?
That is my understanding. I do recall, Councilmember, that predates my actual presence here at the city.
And the height benefit that they got was it 3 additional floors?
I couldn't speak to that, Councilmember. I don't know.
Okay, that was my recollection. So 3 out of 5 floors was the incentive they got for 13, 70% units. But had they made those 13 at 70% and then an additional 8 units, if they had done all of those at 60%, then they would have qualified for the MFTE and the 3 floors of height incentives. Is that right?
Well,
the MFTE does not. There's no provision that prevents them from taking the MFTE and getting the height incentive.
That's correct. You can, so the say hypothetically all 21 units are affordable at 50%.
Yeah. Would
potentially qualify for the impact fee waiver, the MFTE program, and the height limit under the current code.
And so to Councilmember Reynolds' math, the public benefit really needs to be done on the delta between 13 and 21, which is 8 units, and 70 versus 60 or 50, and then the addition of the exemption of the impact fees to really understand how this thing falls off the rails. It's really a non-starter when it's combined with the height incentive, because if you get 3 additional floors, we're doing 13 units at 70% affordability, the public benefit is the rent reduction on those units. But they got 60% extra gross floor area for the building, the 3 additional floors for that. To give them all of that and then some with the MFTE for just going from 70% to 60% or 70% to 50% on the 21 units, which they were already at 70% on the 13, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't pencil out. And that's where the issue is. What we should do is we should repeal this tonight and then have a discussion about how do you make incentives that work that don't enable a developer to double dip or triple dip. And you might even say quadruple dip, because we don't have a fire impact fee. And we just heard from Matrix Consulting that because of density and height in town center, which this is all about that, we have to go out and get a Quince truck at $700,000, $800,000. And developers aren't paying for that because there's nothing that has a fire impact fee. So to me, I get what you're suggesting, Craig, that the math makes sense in a vacuum of an MFTE never being combined with a height incentive, but it's going to be. And my understanding is that Hadley contemplated doing that and they were talked out of it. And so we got lucky, dodged a bullet on that one, but we shouldn't allow that to continue.
So
Councilmember Jacobson is next.
you're on mute.
Jake, you're on mute.
No longer. Evan, my question is, what is the benefit to the public of that $5.1 million that was on the bottom of one of your slides? I think the second one, or I'm not sure which one, but anyway.
So Councilmember Jacobson, that represents the difference between a market rate apartment unit and the affordable housing rate for that same unit. So the public benefit here is presumably providing the affordable housing, and that delta, that 5.1, is the difference between what the market rate unit might rent at and what the affordable housing unit would rent at.
Okay, so that's an income transfer effectively. That's what that is, or income relief, however you want to look at it.
Okay.
Excuse me, that was a question, Evan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said that's effectively then an income transfer.
I don't quite understand what you mean when you characterize it that way, council member, so I can't dispute you. When we're talking about rental rates, perhaps this will help. The HUD guidance is that when you are renting an apartment, typically you spend, and I believe it's 30% of your gross median income on the rental unit. And you may recall on July 7th, I provided you with the area median income for 2 persons, I believe was 86,000. So I have admitted my math skills are not as sharp as perhaps Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Neese tonight. But that is the target we are aiming at for rental rates for families that earn that King County median income at 80%. So what I think we are doing is subsidizing, if you will, a lower rental rate in the interest of providing affordable housing on Mercer Island. Is that responsive, Councilmember Jacobson?
More or less. That's all the questions I have for right now, but I may have some more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I just think it's disingenuous, I think, to use the Hadley as an example. And I kind of resent this double, quadruple dipping that we're talking about. This whole exercise is to leave a tool on the table that might eventually someday allow for affordable housing to be built, or having an old building be turned into affordable housing. This tool hasn't been used because we have the most expensive dirt in Western Washington. And I think Craig's math is probably more spot on, because it's clear that developers don't really get anything out of creating affordable housing. This isn't a transfer of wealth to them. This is a transfer of wealth to have a variety of incomes in our community, which only benefits us because we're talking about teachers, we're talking about seniors on fixed incomes, we're talking about QFC store managers, we're talking about graduate students. We're talking about people that can't normally afford market rates in this most expensive King County real estate market. So I really think leaving this tool in the books for whatever property owner might want to use it is only going to help us and help us have some affordable housing, some variety of housing. You heard me talk about this last time. I'm just going to say it again. If this is one of the many tools we can use, let's leave it in the books. The only way the Hadley got height, I believe, was from the slope, and they didn't even do all the affordable housing they could. They did the affordable housing that we required. So we have a little bit of affordable housing. If this tool might get us a couple more units in the next Hadley or the next apartment building that might be torn down and go 5 stories but could stay at 3 because a developer can use this tool to preserve some older housing stock, I think it behooves us to leave this here. Maybe we'll keep some of our 3-story condos instead of 5-story mixed-use development. It doesn't hurt us to keep it on the books. It hasn't been used yet. I don't know if it'll pencil out down the road, but this Hadley example and hypothetical isn't really useful given they didn't use it. It didn't pencil for them. We still got some affordable housing, but not as much as we could have had we actually made them use it. So I'm with Craig on this, and I hope a couple more of you will join us in doing something to have some tool in the toolbox for some affordable housing units down the road as this dirt just gets more and more expensive.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, then I'll take a turn.
Thanks. I just want to say, I think, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I do have a goal and a vision of having affordable housing here, which is why, I think for next year, one thing that we have to have on our workload is someone to come in and look at all these programs, because using housing analogy here sort of feels like we continue to build stories on our house. So that's sort of evaluating how good are the ones that we have. I think the fact that we have this height incentive really complicates things. So I'm concerned about that, but I do think we should come back and take a look at this in the future. I'd also like to say, I feel like we put Evan and the staff in a really bad spot by asking for this so quickly, especially in the time of the pandemic. I think we need to be really careful when we're adding issues to the work plan, because it's a real challenge on the staff. We're not taking anything away. So that's my plea to the council. I think this is an example of one where Evan probably wasn't able to do the work that he wanted to do by July 7th, and then had to come back. We had a lot of miscommunications, a lot of clarifications and questions that we had, and I don't think that we were able to sort of evaluate this to the extent that we would normally want to. So I'm going to caveat my comments with that, and I hope we can work on the affordable issue going forward.
Thank you. Hey, Evan, maybe you talked about this the last time this was before us, that, no project has ever utilized this particular tax exemption. And, I guess to Deputy Mayor Weiker's point, it's just another tool. But the thing is, it's a tool that nobody's using. And I guess I'm just curious if you have an opinion why that is.
Mayor Wong, I don't know the answer to that. What I told you on July 7th is that this was a program that we had flagged for further review by Arch, and originally in 2020, though at this point I would anticipate it in 2021 at earliest. If the City Council decides that it is appropriate to repeal this program, I think a review of your various tools around affordability is appropriate. I have to admit, I don't know if that's most appropriately done in 2021 or likely, my estimation, a later date when you have a new director in this chair and frankly, some staff resource to devote to kind of a thoughtful, full analysis of the program in the context of all the other programs. There may be benefit to the MFT program at a later date.
And just a quick follow-up. Do you happen to know, I think from what I've read, most of the units that are built using the MFTE have been built in Seattle, Tacoma, Renton, and Bellevue, I guess. Are you aware of other cities like Sammamish that have the MFTE or other regional cities in this region and that where it's being used?
I believe some of the Arch cities do use the MFTE program. That was in the material I provided to you on July 7th. So I would defer to that as far as the question of Sammamish and the Arch communities. Beyond that, Mayor, I don't have a good overview of that I can provide you.
All right. Councilmember Reynolds?
Okay. A couple of things. One, I was wary of some of the discussion that I heard last time and a little bit this time that effectively amounted to the terminology we saw in some of the healthcare debate at a national level. It was starting to sound a lot like repeal and replace. And I don't think it's appropriate to repeal unless we have a plan to replace. So to Councilmember Rosenbaum's point of, I'd be fully open to, and I think it's probably appropriate to take a comprehensive look at all of our policies that encourage low income or affordable housing development and say, are they fictionally packaged in the best way that they could be? But to just look at the Jenga stack of options out there and just pull one of the blocks out without replacing and without thinking about how that might impact the other options just doesn't seem wise to me. The other thing I'll note is, I'll come back to the number I threw out earlier. It hasn't been used here, but it has been used elsewhere. The materials we were provided showed 424 different instances where it had been employed. So clearly there are situations where it does work. And until we better understand the situation, I think it's just would be irresponsible to take it out. And I know many or most of us here have kids, maybe all, I don't know. I'd like my kids to be able to come back and live on Mercer Island at some point. And many of us, that will not be possible unless there's affordable housing on this island. I would like to see aging seniors on fixed incomes be able to have a variety of different housing types available to them on the island at an affordable rate. And unless we have affordable housing here, that's not going to be a viable option for them as well. And I'd like the people who work and serve this community to be able to live here. I think it's fundamental to a vibrant, culturally dynamic, interesting place to live where it's not just an enclave for rich people. And that's not the community I want to live in.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess I'm fine with repeal and replace because we really already have replacements. We have the height incentives, we have the impact fee incentives. Those have been used. Those have been established to work to provide some degree of affordable housing. I think the MFTE is really not a good wealth transfer. The equation just doesn't work to me. People are saying it's break even, but the way I do the math is the developer saves probably over $5 million in property taxes. So that's essentially income to them. And Mercer Islanders pay $3.6 million, and the state loses $1.9 million for a total of another close to $5 million. So to me, the entire wealth transfer pencils out to almost $10 million for $5 million worth of public benefit. I just don't see that working at all. I think we do have tools to encourage affordable housing. I think this is not one of them. This tool really, if you read the materials fairly, you will understand that this tool was created specifically to incent development in areas where no developer would otherwise go. We don't have that problem here on Mercer Island. There is plenty of incentive to develop. There is just, this is not a situation where you have an economically depressed area that is maybe industrial or less desirable, where you have to really pay the developers to come in. And that's what this does, pays the developers to come in and do these developments. I don't think we need it. I support repealing it.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, let's correct a couple of misapprehensions. Item number one is that this doesn't apply to condos. So when you say, well, we ought to have condos here, I absolutely agree with you. But this thing has nothing to do with those. It has nothing to incentivize or disincentivize. This MFTE, that is. The other thing is, you know, I'm all for taking a look at all the tools we have in the toolbox for any subject you want to raise. However, the studying it for the sake of just delaying it and never facing up to it is not something that I'm comfortable with. And I think the time to start looking at this thing is right now and repeal this thing, the MFTE. And it doesn't seem as if there's anybody that is hankering to come in here and do all this, because I think we had only one multifamily development of any size. That's a Sinois thing that's sitting out there that, you know, may or may not be a falling house of cards. So in any event, I'm all for repealing this, and I move that we adopt ordinance 20C-14 as written.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson to adopt ordinance 20C-14, seconded by Councilmember Neese. There's other people with their hands raised, so Councilmember Rosenbaum. Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, your hand is up.
Yes, just a couple quick things. I think Councilmember Anderl had a mistake in some of her analysis, and I just want to comment on that and see if she agrees with me. The first thing is, it seemed like you were basically double counting and adding together the tax savings the developer had, and then the revenue loss to the city and the tax shift to the city, and adding those numbers together. Those don't add.
Yeah, they do.
I don't think so. The developer is saving $600,000 a year because there's the offsetting 450 and 160 that add up to replace that. But that's where the 610 is going. You don't add the 610 and the 610 to get 1.2. It just doesn't logically make sense. The second thing is, I think what you're doing is...
It does to me.
May I finish, please?
Oh, you were asking if I agreed with you or not. So
okay, well, let me finish, and then you can address both of them. The second thing is, I think what you were saying is that the tax savings would increase over time because of assessed values going up. And if that's correct, and correct me in a second when I'm done if I'm wrong, it's important to recognize that as assessed values go up, that doesn't affect the tax that is paid by a single property. that because the tax rates are adjusted to offset that. So that has no impact on that. On the other hand, what does go is on the other end, as rents go up, very likely the value of the tax subsidy will increase. So the value to island residents will go up, but the tax cost of it will not as assessed values increase. So actually that argument, I think, goes the other way. So I just wanted to point out those two things, and then I'll be quiet.
Well, my personal experience has been that when my assessed value goes up, my tax goes up. And I think we had this debate during the Prop 1 thing, Craig, and I think you may have actually agreed that my particular tax bill did that, but you didn't necessarily see that happen all the time. With regard to the double counting, I don't think it is a double counting. I mean, the $4.9 million that the builder does not pay is essentially money in the builder's pocket. The $3.6 million that Mercer Islanders would pay is money out of Mercer Island residents' pockets. They're two separate things. We're not paying the builder; we're paying the government, the tax man, as it were. I think that it's a net cost. I think that it costs out to be foregone revenues from the builder and then a tax burden on Mercer Island residents. It's maybe not technically, maybe you shouldn't add them together, but it's, you are really benefiting the builder to that amount and costing Mercer Island residents to that amount. So I don't see why you couldn't add them together for the true financial impact.
Because, may I respond? Would you like me to, or?
It's up to the mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Neese is waiting, but go ahead, Councilmember.
I think what's effectively happening is, to keep numbers simple, is they're saving $6 in taxes, and of that, $2 is the amount the city is not getting, and $4 is paid by island residents. So there's $2 in lost revenue, $4 that comes from somewhere else, and that offsets the $6 they paid. That doesn't create 1.2 in savings. It just doesn't. It's a $600,000 cost to the city, or the city and its residents and the taxpayers and everything else, that's paid for in two pieces.
I might agree with you if Mercer Island taxpayers weren't being asked to pick up the differential, if it was just foregone revenues, but it's not.
400 of the 600 is. Yeah, they are paying for the 600,000 that the developer is giving up. That is correct. So their 2/3 of their savings is funded by the Mercer Island residents, but that's how you pay for it. You don't add together a revenue and an expense to get a total cost. It's 400,000 is funded this way. So it is definitely a double count. I'm certain of that. But we can debate that with a pencil and paper if we have to get together in person someday.
Councilmember Neese.
So I just want to go back to Councilmember Reynolds, and I want to ask you if the height incentive is good for an extra 60% of gross floor area to get, in this example, the 13 units at 70%, and that in and of itself is an established set of incentives to get a public benefit that adds height, right? So mass, it's not a shift of taxpayers paying for it, but they have to, let's say, look at the blight of an additional 3 stories of building. So we parse that out from MFTE that gives you the 21 units at 60%. When you put those two together, why is it that your math skills still see that as a compelling public interest when it was never contemplated that they be put together like that? When we did the town center visioning, height incentive for affordable housing was discussed not in tandem with MFTE. It was never conflated. And so why is it that you can mathematically ignore that, but that's exactly the problem we have with the MFTE. When you want to repeal and replace, what you could simply do is repeal the current MFTE, replace it with the same MFTE with the additional requirement that it could not be combined with the height incentive. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. I think you make an interesting argument, and I believe that's an argument that can be made rationally and reasonably. Not that you need my blessing to say what's rational and reasonable, but you get my point. I think that shows why the complicated interaction of these programs is is complex and why it would be a mistake to withdraw one piece of that puzzle. It's clearly not an outrageous, absurd giveaway, or everybody would be doing it. So if anything, I would argue we're not doing enough to incent affordable housing because not very much is being built. And so before we take something away, we need to have a concrete plan in place to replace it with something, maybe even something better. Let's have that discussion, but let's have it in not a rushed basis. This is not an emergency measure. There's no urgency to this right now.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Evan, do you know if for the other cities that have had MFT projects, do they have similar height incentives?
I don't believe I can answer that question, Councilmember Rosenbaum. I have not reviewed it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Niche.
I just want to make clear that if somebody does take advantage of the MFTE and use the height incentives in town center where they go to TC5, the differential that we've all just agreed upon, that taxpayers would start to pick up where the developer would not pay, in a scenario where they were combining these incentives, which was never contemplated, that would cover our school counselors. You could have a standalone school levy, counselor levy, that would be the same amount of money, roughly, and that would be a true public benefit. I don't understand why there's such affinity to keep a program that doesn't have the necessary controls in place. It has this unintended consequence of being able to be combined with another incentive that it never should be with. There's nobody here that says that those two should be put together, but the code allows for it. And so I'm just going to say, I'll go on the record that I think this is really just a simple repeal and replace. If you want to have something back on the books, or if you want to be more thoughtful, we have the comprehensive plan coming up. It could be tucked into that. But I don't agree. This is, to me, somebody is going to deploy this in a way that is inappropriate, and it's going to be the taxpayers paying for somebody else's benefit, where they double dipped and they could have been paying for counselors for our schools.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Salim, you forgot to throw in climate change. We're dealing with that too, right? The two are not related. No developer has used this. The Hadley hasn't used this. This whole hypothetical exercise is not an emergency. We have really expensive dirt. Developing here is crazy expensive, not just to acquire the dirt, but to build the building, right? And the height incentive we have already requires that we do 10% of affordable housing as you go higher. This tool is on the books as one of many we can contemplate in a broader conversation around how on earth do we get any units of affordable housing on Mercer Island besides the few ADUs we might have that are limited to 500 square feet. That's not anything a couple or a family could live in. This, having on the books, is not hurting anybody. We don't have enough clarity about what would or wouldn't bring affordable housing. So the same way we're talking about trying to support retail, let's put this on the books for January for a broader discussion when we're not in the middle of a pandemic and figure out what on earth we can do. Because this developer didn't use it at the Hadley, no one else has used it. Somebody might be able to eventually for something. Let's leave it on the books to see if we have any chance at all of getting some variety in housing and variety of income levels for families or couples or individuals to live here and broaden the diversity in our community. It's doing no harm on the books, and it's not going to be double counted or double dipped. No one's used it yet. I don't think there's going to be a rush to development, especially as the recession and depression might be coming. So this is not an urgency. We spent a lot of time on this. It's doing no harm to leave it alone.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, you have another question or comment? Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote, but I guess I just want to state my feelings. I guess I am bothered by the loss of revenue, especially given the reliance that this community has on property taxes. I'm also a little bothered by the shifting of the tax allocation. Now, to Deputy Mayor Weicker's point, yeah, it's another tool, but nobody's used it. So that's a little bothersome to me. I think that it's clear that we need to have a broader discussion about how we can develop housing on this island. And so I guess at this point, I'm inclined to support the motion. So I guess I'm going to ask the city clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Rosenbaum?
I'm sorry, Deb, I didn't hear you.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
You're on mute. Okay.
Nay.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker? Excuse me,
Nay.
Mayor Weicker?
Nay.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
The vote is 5-2.
Thank you. Motion passes. Do folks need a break? I'm seeing people. Yes? No, keep going.
Let's keep going.
Okay. So the sixth item on the regular business is Agenda Bill 5718, automatic license plate readers. And for this, we welcome Police Services Commander Jeff Magnan. Commander.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to this at this late hour. We were asked to come back, for the record, I'm sorry, I'm Services Commander for the Police Department, Jeff Magnan. We were asked to bring back to the council a presentation that included the costing of services of an automated license plate reader that also surrounded a system that would also handle parking. Sorry, I'm getting my share up and running. Can everyone see the presentation? Great. So we were asked to take a look at a system and come back to you with costing. COVID-19 delayed all of this. So this was supposed to come to you Q1, Q2 of this year, and it's obviously been delayed until now. The council, as you recall, you have asked us to bring this back forward to you to see if we can get it back into our work plan. And so this is our presentation with regard to ALPRs, or automatic license plate readers. The study that we conducted, which was presented in the council packet, identified vendors that could function a mobile ALPR system that would also work with a paid parking system and or a permit parking system. During the study, which gives both technical aspects of the technology itself and the concerns that were identified during the study, this presentation will try to cover most of this, but at a high level. So we'll talk about the system in itself as well as the financial impact. So as stated, the solution has a one purpose, which is automatic license plate readers, but it really has two outcomes, which also includes the parking solution. A system that is an ALPR, or automated license plate reader system, reads visible plates and compares those plates to an established list provided by the state or federal database. If there is a hit off the data, the officer is notified, at which time they need to confirm that data and establish police procedures. And this could be through our dispatch center or through their mobile data computers. These lists include missing and endangered people, stolen vehicles, and wanted persons. The second half of it is the parking aspect of it. So there is a sixth court decision that basically does not allow us to chalk cars. Basically, it's a way to mark a car to say that it's been parked in an area for too long. So the city was looking at instituting pay by phone, which is a parking system that was identified by staff and was preferred for use in the town center, as well as other options within the city, to include the boat ramp area. This system allows you to decide whether or not the vehicle is properly permitted for the area, or if it is paid its parking with the data that's given by the citizen to the paid parking application. And it's very, very fast. It just reads the plate and moves on if there's nothing there. If there's a hit, it comes up and notifies the officer of the hit. So as an example, the standard detection is on the lower left there, where it's just reading the plates as they drive around. The camera captures a photo of the plate, interprets it, and that's what you see in this area here. And then it also has a capture of the vehicle itself. The hit response, which is the other section, the upper right there, shows a hit, in this case, for a felony warrant. It shows the license plate that it interprets, how it interprets it, and then what information that it might be there. In this case, it's a felony warrant. The same would be true for a parking. If it is a vehicle that it does not recognize in an area that's set up for either paid by phone parking and or permit parking, if it doesn't recognize the vehicle, it would alert the officer that they need to take another look at the vehicle to see if it's either there too long or if they just didn't pay for their parking. So one of the things that came up during the study is privacy concerns. And obviously that's something that's very important to the Mercer Island Police Department. This system of this type, we looked at how the system functions in each system that we used and what privacy concerns that might come up with. The Vigilant system is the system that we ended up looking at. This system allows us to both deal with a mobile ALPR system, also handles the parking side of it. It will, using GPS, will capture the data of where the vehicle's parked and let the officer know if it's still in the area. It uses the still images, as I talked about before, but it only captures. It's not like Google Street View, where the vehicle's driving around taking a picture of anyone that's on the street. It's specifically looking for vehicles and license plates. There is no personal identifiable information that is captured and or kept within the system. It's just the plate and a picture of the vehicle. Some of the concerns that we had with regard to how this data, how long we keep this data, how it's used, also brought us to contact the American Civil Liberties Union. And when we discussed our concerns with them, their focus was the same, which was privacy and data retention. As we spoke to them about not only our system, what we are planning on moving forward, and our policy, we started talking about what other agencies do. Other agencies have a data retention that can be 60 to 90 days, depending on the department and what decision they make. We all agreed, both the ACLU and the staff here, that that's too long. There's no reason to keep data for a long period of time. It does us no good, and it brings up privacy concerns. So we ended up deciding on 14 days for this data collection, and this is just for the data that's collected in a standard response as the vehicle's driving around. That capture of the plate, there's no hit associated with it. That data lives in the system for 14 days, and then it's automatically deleted from the system. Anything that would be a hit where the officer takes action, then that would be captured in a case report, either with a citation that's issued if it's a parking, or with a case report if we end up making an arrest for a stolen vehicle or a wanted person or the like. As we start to get into financial impacts, we worked with the finance director and deputy director to try to identify where these funds could come from. We have identified two specific areas where we can see this. We have the 23,000 number is from the federal seizure funds. These are funds that are directed just to the police department's use, and it has some strings attached to it, but we've been assured that the spending of this money would, for an APR program, would be appropriate. And it's one-time money, and that would actually clean out that seizure fund line. And then the director, finance director and deputy director also identified some equipment technology fund allocations that had some delays due to COVID. So we were able to look at utilizing those funds, which is the 63,000, and the breakdown is there in front of you. So for council consideration, we actually have three options for you. The first option is to authorize the appropriation of the $86,907 from the federal seizure funds and the equipment technology fund to purchase and install 3 ALPR systems in the police department vehicles. Option number 2 is to defer the decision on the purchase of the ALPR system to the 21-22 budget decisions scheduled to begin in fall of 2020. And 3 is take no further actions. At this point in time, we will take your questions.
Thank you, Commander. We have a question from Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting off mute. So this technology would be deployed on 3 vehicles, is that right?
Yeah, that was what council's direction was, is that we come back with 3 vehicles. So 1 vehicle would be our parking enforcement vehicle. The other 2 would be our patrol vehicles. So there'd be two patrol vehicles outfitted with it.
So how big is our fleet of patrol vehicles?
So we have 6 assigned to patrol.
6, so that's a good number. And then this $7K annually after we do the initial investment, where do you see that money coming from?
So as we discussed financial options, we would be looking at paying for that out of existing funds, budgeted funds, moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
A couple of questions. One, tell me a little bit about the pay by phone. Right now in significant parts of the town center, I believe, it's true that parking is free. Would you be able to say there's a street where parking is free right now, but it has a 2-hour limit? Would you be able to enforce those 2-hour limits, or would you need to implement a pay-by-phone system to start charging for parking those streets before this could be used to catch people for exceeding their limit?
Well, I would say twofold on that, council member, that it would ultimately be your decision if you wanted to change the way the parking is enforced in the downtown area. Right now, if a vehicle is parked for too long, there are permitted areas within and restrictions on how long a vehicle can stay. This system has the ability to capture those. And the person would just have to electronically mark that vehicle as being there at a certain time. So the system can take either side of the decision from council, whether or not you wanted to institute paid by phone parking for that area, or if you wanted to just continue the status quo.
Okay, that's helpful. So to paraphrase, what I'm hearing you say is, even if we're not charging for parking, we will be able to catch over limit parkers.
That would be correct.
Okay. Second question, in your slide presentation in the deck beforehand, there were a couple of times where you talked about per department policy, and it was in relation to document to retention and other things. I'll admit I'm a bit of the civil libertarian, and when I initially heard about this concept, I was very worried about some of these issues. I generally think that I'm sort of eventually getting kind of comfortable with the policies as you define them. But what I'm curious about is, where's the policy? You've indicated, I haven't seen a written policy on use. You just said that per the policy, such and such is true. Is there a written policy?
I believe I'm going to have Chief Holmes weigh in on that.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes.
So pending authorization, we have a draft policy, and it speaks to what Commander Magnet said, 14-day retention and only capturing data for specific reasons to keep that narrowly focused. I think you probably heard me say before, I too am a bit of a privacy rights person. So when it comes to cameras, I'm just very mindful of privacy, retention, and those things. So the policy in draft form, dependent on this discussion, it captures things you just mentioned.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll just note for the record, I'm also concerned, even the 14-day period, when this material is subject to public records request, it means anybody on the island can know where anybody else has been, what time they went to yoga class, when they visit their dentist, when they park at somebody else's house. That's a little unnerving to me, but maybe I can get over that. I'm still pondering that.
It may not be
Council.
It may not be quite that, I don't know what word to use, sinister. It may,
I'm unduly cynical on these things. I apologize.
Where the officer would be driving, it would be quite as cynical or sinister as I think you're suggesting it could be.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions. The first being, I think earlier today or sometime this week, we'd asked to see if there was any way to get a public records request from another jurisdiction. Was that request able to be fulfilled?
I guess I misunderstood the question originally. We did research and contacted other agents to see how many times a public disclosure request has been made with regard to the mobile ALPR systems. And all the agencies came back and said it's really not requested by citizens. Their numbers are very, very small. However, we did anecdotally find out that if the system is associated with meaning a fixed system that's looking at a specific roadway or off-ramp, they get a lot more requests for those. They have a few. Compared to other systems, the mobile system is just not utilized that way by the public.
My second question, I spoke with a friend of mine who works on this kind of technology for tolling. And a question that he sort of suggested I ask is along the lines of the DMV data, because these cameras are only as good as the DMV data. I know this might be a little bit out of the lane here, but do you have any, I mean, what do we have, is there any way to evaluate sort of what our state DMV data is in terms of assigning these, when we get hits?
I think I can answer that by saying it does not at all queue or query the data. It only looks at hits. So we get a daily download or multiple times a day, it depends on how our system is set up, that that's populated with stolen vehicles, missing and endangered people, wanted subjects that are associated with a vehicle. That's all the information we get. It is the license plate. So it pops up and says, this license plate, there's a hit, it's associated with a missing endangered, or it's associated with a stolen vehicle, and it asks the officer to confirm it. At that point, the officer will take the step to queue DMV to make sure they're seeing what they're supposed to be seeing. Let me give you an example on that. If it comes up and says the stolen vehicle and the picture that's there is a Honda Accord, but as I run the plate and I see it's not a Honda Accord, that it's a Jeep Liberty or something to that effect, then it takes the officer to determine, is this just an erroneous hit? Do I want to take any action whatsoever? Is this something where I have a stolen plate that's been put on another vehicle? It requires the officer to take some sort of investigative action. And in that, there's a level of protection.
Okay. Thanks for all your work on this, Commander.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Yeah, hi, thank you. So maybe you could talk just a little bit about the efficiencies of the automatic license plate readers versus the manual keying in of the entries. Of public commenter at the beginning of the meeting said, well, officers on patrol currently have the ability to get the same information manually. So I would really like to hear a little bit about your perspective on that. And then the second question would be, given that this would be a pilot program, how would you measure success? What would be kind of the check-in point, and what kind of information would we be looking to hear from you?
Sure. As far as efficiencies, I think let me describe this in the way the officers function now. So if I'm driving down the road, I have to divert my attention from driving down the road to type a license plate. Now, most of us are really good. We know where all the keys are with one hand. We're able to do those fairly quickly. That data is then transmitted up and back down to give us the result we're looking for, which again diverts my attention to look at the screen in order to see what I ran and did I get the data back correctly. The automated system, by the time I've done that, has probably run 20 or 30 cars. Every time it sees a license plate, it'll run that plate, compare it to the list that's provided to it, and give the data back almost instantaneously, because all of the data is contained within the system itself. It doesn't have to go out and ask for information from Department of Licensing for vehicles. It doesn't have to go out and then re-query Department of Licensing for a driver's license. So the efficiencies are 20, 30, 40, 50 fold, depending on how fast you're driving and how many cars are around you. It'll see license plates coming and going and license plates that are parked. So it's very, very efficient. And you have the added safety issue of the officer not having to divert their attention. As far as measures, I think that the measures that we would want to see are, actions taken by officers. How many times have we been able to recover a stolen vehicle that we may not have been able to recover previously? Meaning, for the most part, unless we get a complaint about a vehicle to go and check on it, sometimes that car is just missed. How many times are we going to be able to stop and contact someone that's wanted or missing or endangered? We're going to have to look at all the stats of the officer's actions. It would be interesting to also see how many plates were run by the system in each car. As far as parking enforcement, I think the level of efficiencies that are there, just due to the fact that it's able to drive around and look at each plate and decide whether or not it's been over there, it's been in that spot too long, they didn't pay for the parking, whatever else may be there. The efficiencies there are 20 or 30 fold. Then you look at the data that's stored in there for 14 days. If we have officers that are responding to a call of a burglary, as they're responding to that burglary call and not paying attention to the vehicles around them because they're trying to get to the burglary call, this automated system is capturing all those plates and the vehicles. So when they get to the burglary and the neighbor says that it was a white Honda Accord that was heading northbound on this direction, we're able to go back to the cars, look at the data that's captured, and potentially solve some cases. And that's why we have set the retention for 14 days. Would our detective staff want longer than 14 days? Sure. That's why some agencies say instead of 14 days, or they're at 60 days or 90 days, because they want to be able to look back at that data. But we're concerned about the privacy, and that's why we set it at 14.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Commander Mangan, I want to thank you for a very comprehensive briefing that hit a number of points. I too am concerned about civil liberties and people spying on me. So I guess next time I go to the hairdressers, I better walk, be that as it may. I see this as making our police department more professional and more efficient. And I think as we look at policing and these kinds of things, I think the more neutral devices that we can have at our police's at the police hands and ability to use, the better off we're going to be, and we're going to, I think, probably stay out of more big problems than having to say, well, that car looks kind of suspicious, I better pull it over. Well, if there's no reason, if it doesn't hit on anything, well, it's, then on you go. And I think the opportunity to do this now is important. And while I'm loath to spend more money, at least a good portion of it, or a quarter of it or more, comes from money that we can't spend on anything else. And the other remainder of the money comes from savings from things that we haven't done and aren't going to be able to do for any number of reasons. So I think this is a step forward without a half step back for loss of civil liberties. I think it's commendable also that, Commander Mangan, that you and the department have talked to the ACLU and solicited opinions to find out, well, how's this work in the real world? And what are people who may be more sensitized to those issues think about it and then acting on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I know there are a few other hands raised. So just quickly, the $86,000 that is allocated for this, does that also include training? I saw in a couple of places the references for the need to be trained. So does this include the training cost?
Yes, sir, it does. It also includes the installation fees as well.
Okay. And then this is actually a question I saw that Councilmember Rosenbaum had raised. And I know that part of the alternatives that are outlined here is to basically put this project into the budget cycle, or at least during the time we're talking about the 2021-2022 biennium. So the question is, if that is in fact done, is that likely to cost us more money? And I don't know if you know that, or maybe the chief knows that.
I think I can weigh in on this because we did look at this. The bid that we were looking at, which includes these fees, was for March of this year when we began the project. I have had numerous conversations with the vendor, and the vendor knew that this meeting was going to take place where a decision could potentially be made. They agreed to keep that price up until this decision's been made. If this decision is delayed, I would assume that they would come back with a revised bid. And just the way technology works, I would assume that potentially there's going to be some increases. Do I know what those increases are? No, I don't. But I would assume that there would be an increase.
Okay. And then my last question is, you may have mentioned this, Commander, but public records, has that been a problem with other jurisdictions that have the automatic license reader?
You know, it really hasn't. The information we receive from them is they get a few. When I tried to dig down a little deeper to say, you know, how many a year, they literally came down to, well, we have some years we don't. And it really was the permanent mounted ones that was receiving all the attention from ALPRs, just due to the fact that our officers don't drive the same exact street during the same exact time every single day. There's a wide variety of areas where our officers patrol, and so you're not going to be able to capture. The permanent ones could potentially get the data that would maybe help some citizens that were having a dispute with a loved one or otherwise to get the data that they're looking for. Anecdotally, that's what some agencies would tell us, is that they would have divorce attorneys call and say, tell me when this plate was here and this plate was here, and they're having to supply that information. But with mobiles, it really negates that.
Great, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Weicker and Councilmember Jacobson.
Thanks, Commander. I'm just curious, kind of the order of magnitude here. How many stolen cars and Amber Alerts do our officers go out on in any given year? And this parking problem and enforcement, like, tell me the orders of magnitude. Do you think this will be like 1/3 Amber Alerts and stolen cars and 2/3 parking? And like, how much of this problem for stolen cars and Amber Alerts do we have on Mercer Island?
Well, Deputy Mayor, let me answer your question by going backwards. As far as parking, we have a parking enforcement person that also handles our court transports, also handles animal complaints, Anna Ormsby, who is beloved by this agency and the citizens. With that being said, she's dividing her attention from all of those and parking. So any efficiencies that we're able to give that allow her to be able to drive around and not have to get out of a car and look for a permit or go up and run a plate or anything else, those efficiencies are going to pay off. To what magnitude? Honestly, that's hard to say. As far as the number of Amber Alerts we go out on and the number of stolen cars we get, we probably get a dozen or so stolen cars a year. Now, with that being said, this will increase that. There are more stolen cars that come on the island. We just don't get a chance to run the plate, we just don't get the information in time. We get late hits that tell us, hey, that plate you ran last night comes back stolen today. That's a hard question to answer. As far as Amber Alerts or missing persons, that could be every car we look at. We just don't know. We have our own missing persons, and it's a very small number, but realize we're between the first largest and fifth largest cities in the state, and there are a lot of missing and endangered people that travel our fine city.
Okay. Hey, Councilmember Jacobson, your hand's up. I'm not sure if you're going to make a motion.
Yeah, just very briefly, Mayor. Yeah. I didn't mention, or I neglected to mention, our ability to upgrade the parking enforcement, and with the arrival of Sound Transit and the diminution of Metro intra-island traffic, I think this issue is going to become a lot fiercer, and it's also an issue that's near and dear to the hearts of our small retail businesses. So I think we're upgrading ourselves in that regard, particularly for an oncoming different environment.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I make a comment on that?
Yes, go ahead, Commander.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one of the packages that is involved in this is once you buy the parking package, you have it for all of the systems. So the 3 systems we have, even though we only have 1 parking enforcement officer, every single car that has the system on it would be able to function in the role of dealing with parking problems. So as we start moving forward to Sound Transit coming and the bus intercept, the anticipated increase in potential traffic, systems don't have to be upgraded. They don't have to be changed. There's no additional fees. It's an all-in-one package, and that's part of the reason we wanted to stay with this vendor.
Great, thank you. Certainly would like to entertain a motion if somebody wants to make one. Councilmember Anderall.
Oh, I suppose I could make comments after the motion, but, and I don't have the motion in front of me, but I am willing to make the motion that is in the agenda bill to appropriate the money to purchase the APLRs for a pilot project and do it today.
How about I read the motion and you can make it?
That's great, Liam. Thank you.
The motion would be authorize the appropriation of $86,907 from the federal seizure fund and the equipment and technology fund to purchase and install 3 ALPR systems in the police department vehicles.
So moved.
And I'll second it.
Okay, motion has been made by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Councilmember Neese to authorize the appropriation. And so, is there any other discussion?
I just wanted to say one thing too, though, is in addition to all of the, I think we've heard really nothing but pluses about this system tonight. I would like to note that council's received dozens of emails in support of this agenda bill, none in opposition that I heard or that I read today. And with recently expressed concerns about implicit bias in policing, making decisions more objectively, I think this is a great tool to do that for any police force. And I think it would be, I think as our police officers are held, to increasingly higher and higher standards, I think we owe it to them to give them all the tools we can get in the tool belt to let them do the job that the community expects them to do. So I hope this is 7-0.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Anderall. I agree with them, and I guess the other thing I would like to say is that I am pleased that Commander and others reached out to the ACLU, because that was definitely a concern of mine as far as privacy. So anyway, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. First off, thank you, Commander-in-Chief and Councilmembers Neese and Jacobson and Anderall for your convincing arguments here. When this discussion first came up a few months ago, I was pretty darn skeptical. I'm almost there. And my hat's off to you for making a good argument. But I would like to make a motion for an amendment. If that would be in order now, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
My motion would be the ALPR system shall not be installed, activated, or used except in accord with City Council approved policies on data security, access, and retention. And the intent there is a recognition that we've talked about some policies that appear to have some appropriate provisions, but we haven't seen the policies. And I think it's very appropriate for the council to recognize that, yeah, we've got a great police force now, some good people, they're not going to misuse it. Let's get a documented policy that would still work and protect us in times where we have a police force that perhaps is not as highly professional as we have now.
Yeah, I just want to quickly clarify. Did you say that the council sets the policy or the police set the policy?
A city council approved policy.
Okay, so I don't know, you might ask your chief if that's something that he would recommend or not.
I'm happy to hear his opinion on that. It'd be helpful to know if I could get a second first, or it might be a waste of time.
Second, let's talk about it.
Police Chief, you're on mute. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. Yes, thanks for giving me a chance to respond. So typically, even more strongly than typically, hardly ever the council weighs in on police policy. There's sort of a clean separation of council getting involved with how the police do things. I understand and appreciate Councilmember Reynolds' input here. I am on the record very clearly, and so is Commander Magnan. We are definitely on the record saying that the policy will limit the data retention to 14 days. That will only be used for those instances Commander Magnan talked about. The ACLU had expressed concerns some departments might just start loading in data on people they're kind of curious about. Ours will not do that by any means. So I'm happy to show you the policy, of course, but I guess I have a concern where this could head if the council starts getting into policies of the police department. But here's my concern, that it politicizes policing policies, and to date, the council has historically stayed away from that. As I mentioned, Councilmember Reynolds, I am on the record saying this is what the policy will do. And so I'm happy to share the policy with you. I am concerned if the council starts picking apart and weighing in on policy. That's my perspective on that.
That's very helpful. And to be clear, Chief, I like what you've written down for the policy, and I have great faith that you and your team would act in accord with that. I'm worried about the future and what future chiefs, what their policies might be and how it might change or evolve over time.
And I suppose that could hold true with any of the police policy. So,
admittedly so.
Use of force, which we spent considerable time talking about. You know very clearly how I feel. I have strong feelings on our use of force policy. The next he or she should think differently. So that's a conversation they would need to have with, for starters, the city manager, because some of these policies, they rise to high level community input or interest rather. Most of them are policies that the professional police chief, in his or her opinion, based on their professional opinion, believe best for the community. Now, different communities have different interests and different needs, so we here try to be very attentive to what is best for this community. And I've heard from a number of you the privacy rights concerns. I share those, and so as mentioned, 14 days, I don't know another department that has retention that short, but I also have concerns if we hang on to anything longer than that. So.
Chief, can I ask a question then? Assume if this amendment motion fails, it sounds like you're willing to share or provide us copies of whatever policy you actually draft. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Councilmember Andrew, you want to speak to this motion to amend? Your hand is up.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It was up from before, but I would just say that I'm not a police officer, and I believe the police chief and his commander should run the department, not the council.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend the main motion. It's been seconded. City Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to amend.
Councilmember Anderl?
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Nay.
Councilmember Neese?
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
No.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nay.
Mayor Wong?
Nay. Motion to amend is defeated. So we go back to the main motion. And so, City Clerk, please call the roll on the main motion to authorize the appropriation of $86,907.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We are coming towards the end of our meeting, but we have another agenda item here. I'm going to keep going unless I see people saying no. The final agenda item for regular business is Agenda Bill 5731, Mayor's Call to Action Pledge to address police use of force policies. And for that discussion is Police Chief Ed Holmes.
Okay, thank you again, and shifting gears here now to the mayor's pledge. So over the past month, I understand Mayor Wong and other city council members have received inquiries from a number of citizens asking the council members and specifically the mayor if he would sign the pledge. It's the mayor's commit to action pledge. Former President Barack Obama had a virtual town hall meeting. He called on police departments across the country to review their use of force policies and essentially come up with 4 areas that are contained within the pledge. So the first is to review police use of force policies, to engage the communities by including the diverse range of input, experience, and stories in the review, to report the findings of the review with the community, and to reform the community's use of force policy. So during the July 14th City Council meeting, I offered up a few considerations for the council as you thought about this. Because in our form of government, the mayor doesn't act alone in these things. So I mentioned a few things. So I mentioned the fact that we recently did review our use of force policy. We made a number of changes to include clarifying that a verbal warning was required under any circumstances when feasible prior to the application of deadly force. We included the fact that pointing your firearm at somebody was considered a use of force and required a report to be written, and also incorporated as per the most recent council meeting. We talked about use of the neck restraint would be considered deadly force. So we have made some adjustments there. The 4th element of the pledge talks about reforming the policy. We use, as I had mentioned before, a company called Lexipol. They write policies for police departments. They have a whole number of attorneys on staff that review policies. They review case law that changes. They also review state law that changes, any federal law that changes. So ultimately, police departments can decide to tweak policies, but we are given a draft of the policy that incorporates all laws, current laws. So we use them. And so I guess I'll share this. Our policy currently comports with what the pledge is calling departments to do in the reform process. So my concern, I've expressed some concern. My concern, I want to be really clear. My concern is not with the principles embedded in that pledge. That's not my concern. In fact, I think if communities are not doing those best practices that I described, the things that we do, I think they do need to be reformed and updated. So my concern isn't with the principles embedded in that pledge. My concern really is about if we tell the community we're going to reform the policy, and we, I think, pretty universally believe we have a very good, solid policy. My concern is around community expectations. This says that we're going to have community outreach, engage the community. I think it is appropriate for communities that don't have up-to-date policies, communities that have a lot of application of force, communities that really want to engage and share their experiences of how they were in police custody or how force was used against them or on them, however you want to characterize that. So I think it again, to be clear, my concern is not about what's embedded in the pledge. It really is about community expectations when I believe we've gone through a variation of that exercise through inputs from the community through the city council. So that's that's really where I'm at on this. Any questions or others?
Okay, thank you, Chief. We have Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. I see this as an opportunity to really educate a lot of folks in our community. I've had a lot of conversations with this around with people, on this topic, and I honestly don't think people sort of recognize what our current policies are. I don't think that they're aware of the work that you and the team put into this, even before the events of the last few months. So I'm supportive of signing this, and I was kind of hoping you could talk a little bit more about the recommendation that you contained in the agenda bill, just kind of elaborate on that so we have a better idea what you mean.
If that was a question, I missed that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you could just elaborate a little bit on what you put in the agenda bill here in terms of recommendation.
Yeah, again, the recommendation, it was really focused on being mindful of not creating community expectations. So the formal recommendation at the end of the agenda bill says none, but embedded in that agenda bill, I had said I'd recommend not signing it, again, only because of the community expectation piece, not because I think or I'm against the principles embedded within that pledge. This is really about, if we tell the community we're going to actively engage the community and then reform a policy, I think it's fair to expect a process to take place and a reformation of the policy to happen. And as I've mentioned now a few times, I've tried to be very responsive to community needs and inputs for years we've been. And even recently then, to clarify, there's a few areas of this policy when the mayor first called me about this, we looked at it, and talked through some of the things and made some clarifications and some adjustments, trying to be very responsive to what's going on in the country and what is best for police use of force. It's a very serious thing that we do. So I just want to be clear again, I'm not against what's embedded in that pledge, what that's all about. I support what's in there. I just want to be really careful and really mindful of the message we send the community. If we say we're going to reform something when I don't know that we have much of an intention to do that. I just want to be really mindful of that and respectful of expectations and process. But I'm not opposed to the pledge itself, what's found in the pledge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Jacobson.
Thank you for your comments, Chief. I think in general, I'm not so sure I'd give up our city and the 7 of us included in that condemnation the greatest communications with our constituents as we should. And I think this is an area where we ought to do something, which is hard in COVID, I guess. You'd have to Zoom something, but to acquaint people with what all these policies are and how they differ from Minneapolis, for example, and the attentiveness that our police department has for civil liberties and for equal treatment of people. And I think it's an opportunity to educate the people about what our city's commitment is. But I don't believe I believe that the chief is correct about setting expectations that we're going to reform something, not necessarily that the public is going to be able to knowledgeably suggest this or that, but I think we should engage them. But I don't think this is quite the right way to do it. And I think the example we're setting with having kept our policies ahead of the power curve as nearly as we can tell is the best example we can set for other jurisdictions.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, a couple of things. I've heard mention of giving rise to unreasonable expectations or expectations that things will necessarily change. And I get that. I'm not a police officer, but from what I've seen of the city use of force policies, they seem really good from my perspective. And hats off to the chief for what they put together. I think that's a good argument to pass this, though, because I think that it sends a message to the community that, A, we consider this to be an important issue. And I think on an island that has at least some history of racist behavior collectively, not everybody, but collectively there has been, and some recent activity in particular of racist behavior by children in the community, I think standing up and setting an example of saying, we're going to be anti-racist. I think this is an important message to stand for, and an important thing to put our words, out front on what we believe. And I think if we're one of the cities that considered this and rejected it, I think it's one more thing that contributes to the stereotype of Mercer Island as the white flight enclave. And I don't want to be known as that. And I don't think we are that. And I think it's important that our policies be consistent with that. So yes, I think our community expectations are important, and I think our community expects us to look at these policies, and we should and we can. Expects us to communicate about these policies, and we should and we can. And if at the end of the day, through that exercise, we determine that no policy really needs changing, I think that's okay and entirely consistent with the spirit of the pledge, because we'll say we did what we needed to do and we didn't find anything. And as long as the process is thorough and open and involves appropriate community input, I think we've accomplished a great deal with a very meaningful action.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on that and say, Chief, I admire and respect you and everything that you've done in the last 11 years to train our police force and do bias training and de-escalation training and reviewing the use of force. And I think this is a unique moment in time where this community can take a stand and be clear that we understand there's Black Lives Matter, there's an awakening happening, a reckoning happening to address systemic racism everywhere and anywhere we find it. I think we can always do better. We can always do better. And this is a policy statement as well as a society statement. Like, we have to be a welcoming and diverse community. And this pledge is symbolic and important because it's the principles and it reflects the priorities, not only for this community, but for this country, I think. And I'm going to echo the three young women that spoke up earlier for public comment. And Emily, Elsie, and Grace had it spot on. We all need to acknowledge our privilege and set the example for ourselves and others and support the principles in this pledge. So I admire and respect you, and I know we're doing a great job. We're on the right track. I want to make sure we get there, all of us, not just our police force, but our community and our elected officials and our youth who are watching and paying attention. And we have to be clear about fighting racism and discrimination anywhere and everywhere and however we see it and it shows up. We can't be silent. We have to take a stand.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall.
Thanks. Well, I mean, I think words matter, and I think that adopting this pledge the way it's written right now is really kind of a slap in the face to our police department, honestly, because it implies that change or reform is needed on issues that I think we're doing as well as we can on, as well or better than other departments are. And I think that the community expectations are something you need to consider. If you say we're going to reform the department or reform policies, then you darn well better do something. And so I am completely with Chief Holmes on this. I completely agree with the sentiments expressed, and it may be appropriate for departments in need of systemic reform to sign on to this and undertake an overhaul, but I don't feel like that's our department right now. So.
Okay. Councilmember Jacobson, did you have another comment?
I do, and that is that I'm very reluctant to commit to doing something that there's no showing or need for. But also, it seems to me, and I may not recall this correctly, but several months ago, we enacted a resolution that put us on record about how we feel about equal justice and discrimination. And if that wasn't a broad enough statement of where we stand on stuff, then let's amend that, because we should be doing that across the board, not only as respects the police. So I'd move that we amend the declaration by eliminating item number 4.
Okay. Councilmember Androck, do you have another comment?
Oh, my hand was up from before.
Okay.
Can somebody, I don't have access to it right now. Can somebody read item number 4?
I can. It says reform.
Yeah.
Sorry. It says reform the community's policy, the community's police use of force policy.
Okay, I'll second that.
Well, okay.
Point of order, can you change a pledge?
No, I don't think so. I mean, either you authorize the mayor to sign or you don't. And so I just want to take my turn here. Oh, Dave, go ahead. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Okay. A couple of questions and a request, I guess. So, I think much of the frustration that you hear centers on issues of trust, transparency, and accountability. So the question to you, Chief, is what else can the police department do in terms of public reporting? And I guess you and I have talked about this. I mean, there used to be a public safety committee that the council had. It disbanded a couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago. During committee meetings, the police department would come up with an annual report, present an annual report. And to me, that's something that'd be useful for the community to see because it described the activities of the police department for the preceding year. So that's something that can possibly be done and posted on our website.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Absolutely. So someone earlier in public comment mentioned the fact that 2015 was the last annual report. Part of that was we didn't have much of an interest or perceived interest, at least not at the time when we no longer had public safety committee. There was no one to report that to. We shopped it around a little bit and got little to actually zero feedback on it. So we made, I believe, probably an incorrect assumption that there wasn't a lot of interest in that. Clearly things have changed. So we have discussed internally since our last couple of council meetings, the interest in doing some better reporting out. And so what we've talked about internally is including, getting back to doing an annual report, capturing the prior year's activities, to include use of force applications, because I know we had talked about that, and other concerns that pop up. So trying to have having that live alone, just hanging out there on the website didn't seem to work in my mind. I was trying to think, how do you make that work? I think the annual report is the appropriate spot. That's exactly the right spot. So our plan going forward is, what is this, July? So in about 6 months, or give me a little bit of time into the first of the year, we'll have an annual report again that'll do a look back on 2020. So to your question there, Mayor, yes, absolutely, we intend on doing that again. Even though we don't have a public safety committee anymore, we want to go ahead and do that again.
Mr. Mayor, this is your city clerk. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired of multitasking on this end, but I want to take us back a few steps. We do have a motion and a second on the floor, and there was also a point of order made. I think we need to recognize that we have a motion and a second on the floor. Either the council needs to decide to vote, or those two individuals need to withdraw their motions.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion by Councilmember Jacobson to, I believe, to strike item number 4, and it was seconded by Councilmember Anderl. This is item number 4 of the pledge. So unless there's other comments regarding this particular motion, I see Councilmember Rosenbaum and Councilmember Jacobson, your hand is up. If you want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Jacobson. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I think ultimately it's your call. And so I think for comity purposes and the fact that we are all in this together, I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Councilmember Anderl, I take it you don't have an issue with that? Or?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So Councilmember Rosenbaum, you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I think it's past all of our bedtimes. I don't see this as a slap in the face at all. I actually see this as an opportunity to promote the great work that our police force has done around this. Despite the fact that we have such a low number of use of force incidents, they put a tremendous amount of effort into this. When I talk with people, whether they be people of color or not, people want to engage more with the police officers and understand more what they're doing. And I think this is a phenomenal opportunity to do that. And I think if we don't take this opportunity now, we're really going to regret it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Reynolds?
No, I actually, sorry, I thought I'd taken my hand out. I was
Okay.
thinking about the amendment that's been withdrawn.
Okay, so I think nobody else has their hands up. Okay.
Mayor Wong, can I just?
Yes.
You killed, the council's killed a completely charged iPad battery. I had to switch to a laptop, and I don't know how to raise my hand on a laptop. So anyway,
I see your hand, Councilmember Neese.
I just wanted to ask, I've been looking at this movement over the last month, 45 days, and I've been thinking a lot about how do we respond to the community? And I thought that we had taken a pretty productive first step in looking at trying to get the boards and the commissions and the council implicit bias training, whatever various trainings that we might be able to go out and seek. And I thought that that was productive. But in addition to that, we had said that we would have a listening tour, a facilitator, an engagement with the community. And, I had talked to a number of people of color in the community, and I had asked, how do we as your council find a way to represent your concerns? And they've all said you need to listen. And what I've felt is that it feels out of sequence to go do things for the public, on behalf of the public, when we haven't done that yet. So the question I wanted to ask is, are we going to do that? When are we going to do that? And is the public going to ask us to take this pledge or not? Or some other pledge or some other action? Why is it that we as a council, mostly not people of color, want to go do things for the people of color that our community that we said we would engage with hasn't told us to do? And I just would like to know how this coincides with that, because to me, that felt like a better first step than just going out and doing this and feeling good about it.
Well, I guess in response to that, it seems to me that one doesn't exclude the other. So, for instance,
no, just to be clear, I'm talking about sequencing.
I understand. But to me, I was certainly going to ask the council for authority to sign the pledge. But part of that also includes further actions. And to your point, Councilmember Neese, the staff is charged with coming back with further actions that the council may authorize, including implicit bias training and engaging with a consultant to develop communications with our community. So I don't think that if we take the pledge, doesn't now, for instance, if you authorize me to sign the pledge, I think it's still fine, because it's, again, we are listening to the community. We listen to our chief. In fact, I think we're all very proud of our police department, because frankly, 2 out of the 4 points that are raised in this pledge are I think are done. We've reviewed the use of force policies. The chief has taken a look to reform the policies. And as far as the other 2 points, one of them is to report, and we've just heard from the chief his proposal to go ahead and compile an annual report. And plus, we are talking about engaging the community in further discussions, not just about the police department, but that broader discussion that we talked about as far as how to make Mercer Island a more inclusive and welcoming community. I think that broader discussion will subsume the discussion, that is based on this pledge. And so I guess I get your point, but I'm not sure why it necessitates not going ahead and signing the pledge.
Okay, so I understand your point. I would raise my hand, but I really can't figure out how to do it. I've looked for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The question I would ask is, are you as a council then more or less satisfied with the actions today that say 1 through 4 have more or less been completed? Are we at that stage of not only taking the pledge, but saying that we did the pledge? I'm confused. Are we 90% done, 100% done? What percent done?
Yeah, I would say personally, obviously we have to engage. Point point two is that we have to engage the community. And so that still obviously needs to be done. And a lot of these things are not static. I mean, there are going to be ongoing things that periodically need to be done. I think, I remember the police chief saying that, periodically, continue to look at the policies. And so I think it's that commitment to review policies periodically and to continue to engage the community. Councilmember Reynolds, you had your hand up, or?
You pretty much said what I was going to say. Thank you. The two is still undone. That's the big one.
Yeah. So, Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that I've received emails both, in favor of and against signing the pledge, and people of color on both sides of being in favor of signing the pledge and not signing the pledge. So I guess I'm kind of wondering, is there something time sensitive about why this has to be addressed at tonight's meeting? Or could we, in fact, engage the community, find out if that's what the community wants, and then make a decision about this?
Well, it's the purview of the council. I mean, again, I can't sign the pledge without 4 people saying sign the pledge. And so, the will of the council is to not authorize me. Then that's the will of the council. I suppose the thing to do is perhaps entertain a motion.
I move that this council authorize Mayor Wong to sign the pledge.
I'll second that, but can I offer a comment too?
Go ahead.
Literally number 2 of the pledge is to engage the community. I think that this is a part of the plan here, is to engage the community. If the community doesn't want us to go down this road, then we won't go further down the road. But that is the second piece here, is engaging the community further. So I think we should move forward on this.
And we have Mayor Weicker, hand is up.
So I just want to be clear. So Deb, did you get my motion? Are we on a track here to get this wrapped up?
Yes.
Amen. Okay, so why now? Why not now? It's been decades, centuries of racism in this country. It's finally coming to terms with it. We've seen demonstrations. We had our own march last month, organized by our youth, by our high school students. The time is now. Ed's doing a great job. Our police chief is awesome. We can always do better. The night after his presentation, a friend of mine who's Black was pulled over and his plates were done, right? Like, he wasn't speeding, he was just sitting there. So we can always do better. Our police chief can always do better. We can always do better. We can hire better. We can recruit for our boards and commissions better. Now is a time for us to acknowledge the systemic racism we have in all aspects of our society and our community and our workforces and our schools. Let's take the pledge. Let's keep doing better. We're doing great work. Let's build on it. Let's have this community conversation. I think the expectations of our community are clear, and we can keep having these conversations and adjust our sails as the headwinds are coming and going. But right now, this is in front of us. We don't have to wait. We've waited long enough.
Okay. I don't see anybody else's hand is up, so City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Anderl? Councilmember Anderl?
I'm thinking. I'm really torn. I really want to support the staff recommendation to not sign it, but I am also, frankly, very cognizant of the optics of what it looks like to say, no, we're not going to do this. So I'm going to vote aye.
Councilmember Neese?
I'm also torn, and I do feel that this is a short-circuiting of the community engagement that would tell us as a legislative body what are the improvements that we need to do. And I feel like there's a lot of, I'm not gonna say it. I think that this is cart ahead of the horse, but I'll support it. Aye.
Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Abstain.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. That leads us to other business, I guess. Sorry, I think Jesse, you with us? This is on other business and the planning schedule.
Sure. Given the late hour, I just want to call your attention to a meeting that we are recommending adding. It's in October. We've added to the planning schedule an October 13th special meeting. At the next meeting on August 4th, during my city manager report, I will walk you through the budget calendar. But essentially, we're planning to spend October 13th and the following meeting, October 20th, basically dedicated towards budget discussions. So I'll have Deb send out a calendar invitation for October 13th. If anyone has a conflict, you don't have to tell me now, just let me know. We can come up with a plan B. A reminder, we do have a meeting August 4th. We will be taking the second half of August off. And that is all I have this evening.
Thank you. Council member reports, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. One, again, I just want to relay a thanks to Evan. I think he did a great job tonight. He could have coasted to but he went working right to the very end on a very hard topic. So thank you to Evan. And then just wanted to give a shout out to Allie and Ross and the others who worked on the website. I poked around on it a little bit. It looks awesome. The fact they were able to make progress on this when the city's as short-staffed as it is pretty incredible. Well done.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I'll second what Craig said, and also checked out the new French bakery on Friday. It was delicious. I encourage everyone to go by that.
Councilmember Handerall.
Nothing other than kudos on the website. It does look great.
Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, on the website, I did notice that the city manager reports are on there. So kudos to getting those up. That's great information to have.
Great. Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, Mayor, you and I participated in that school district Zoom a week or so ago, and I think that the train has kind of left the station from what was being discussed at that point, which kind of looks like it's all virtual. But that's what I've taken out of subsequent events. So you may have a different take on it. All virtual for the school for a while anyway, except maybe the kindergarten and first grade.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so I'll just say AWC had a webinar some day this week. I can't remember which one, but it was from the Governor's Office of Public Health and the Gates Foundation Institute for Disease Modeling. And this COVID pandemic in Washington State is bad at getting worse. And we should all do our parts to wear masks and encourage those around us to wear masks, limit our social distancing, follow the guidelines. If we all did our part, we could knock this thing out sooner rather than later. The more that we're divided and don't follow protocols and think it's not about us or our kids or our neighbors, the economy could go backwards. And there's some danger of going back to phase one if we can't get these numbers under control to make sure our hospitals and healthcare system is ready for it. So I would encourage all of us to do what we can in our homes, in our communities, and our workplaces to follow safety protocols and try to get this thing under control.
Great. I see that Councilmember Jacobson is wearing his mask.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You got me on task.
Okay. So I'll just quickly follow up with what Councilmember Jacobson mentioned regarding the Superintendent's Future Schools Advisory Committee that he and I sat in on July 15th. The next meeting is on August 19th, on July 29th. And Council members Jacobson and Rosenbaum will be attending that meeting. But I guess I would just encourage people to put August 6th on your calendar. That is actually a school board meeting, and they're going to be discussing the plan on reopening the schools on Mercer Island. So that'll be a very important meeting to listen to. So other than that, I know it's been a long evening. There being no other business that come before the council. The time is 11:03 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Again, I ask that all city council members please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening, and please stay safe, healthy, and wear the mask and social distance.
Good night.